Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Ascarati presiding. Please be seated for the order.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any matters before the jury comes out? That's what I like to hear. Okay. Fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up, Lisa. All right, just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions, okay? Okay, we're ready for the jury. Good morning. Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case, so I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right, as to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number seven, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number two, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number three, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number four, are any of the statements false? Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, The only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number three, any injury to his or her reputation. And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
That work?
There you go. You got it. I think so. Okay. Nope, you had it for a second.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016 also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see. Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse. And they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was a real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. I know it's a fair fight. And see how these people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James. Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong in a split, I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. We split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw at Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
To avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Miss Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Miss Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Miss Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Miss Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Miss Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Miss Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Miss Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Miss Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Miss Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Miss Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Miss Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clap.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't.
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Physical fights.
I did start a physical
You
fight.
did, so I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. You did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you've been giving me some of the best performances in
No,
the
no, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
No, I'm right. I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't.
else are you? Oh, come on.
I don't
Be
regret.
good.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk to
You
me
fucking
sounding
lying piece of
positive.
shit. What? Oh,
Very
no, I
good
want to know. I want
Get out of your Uber job.
Gonna wait. Go get it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Please, there's no other place for you to run your 15 other houses to go run. Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard, the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party, because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. And then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later. In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. After the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
Lies upon lies. I'd love to hear it.
There allegedly were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization.
It's heard in a lie. She tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship.
She just went there.
But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these
Look at Elaine's
fleeting
face.
insults.
Get that yawn out, girl.
Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her
Thank you,
after a
Betsy.
year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
And he's wearing the rings now. They're massive. Massive.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay, he's looking like a snack in that picture per usual.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Right. All those rings would be like a brass knuckle, y'all. Let's be real.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress. Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had two black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame.
Girl, stay
Pictures were
looking
taken
down
of
if
that
you're
bed
smirking.
frame.
Stay looking down.
And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
Elaine, y'all getting murked. Quit smiling. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that dress. That dress is horrid. But I digress.
And here's what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described.
She's got a Silence of the Lambs suit. That's why she had
Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle.
The most
She claimed that she had
outlandish
bruises on
claim
her
of this whole
face,
fucking thing.
cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault.
Stephanie, she has magical eyes.
And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard.
Well, we're too poor
You
to
heard
have
from
that
Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger, you've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers.
How did you?
The day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Oh, we got the EXIF data up on this one.
These
Zoom
2
in,
photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name. But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
She tried to say she had makeup on in this picture. Lindsay, you know she does not have any makeup on in that fucking picture. The audacity.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence, weight of that evidence, shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story.
No, she's not about to call it out.
It was an act of
stealing
profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
I thought Camille was about to call her out because the manager said she stole her sexual assault story. She called her out for using the backs of survivors to elevate herself. Woo! Get it, Camille. Boss ass bitch. Oh, Chu, my man. My man. Does he have the llama in his pocket? The alpaca? Yesterday, someone gave him a stuffed alpaca and it was in his suit pocket while he was talking.
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace.
Damn, they didn't have to show
But it
Christy
was an
like that.
actor as his star began its rise,
Give her some privacy.
as he appeared in films too many to mention,
They wrong
including,
for
of
that.
course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation, as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That this, sure.
Are you fucking serious? I have never heard someone object during a closing argument. I can't remember hearing someone ever do that during a closing
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms.
That's why
Heard
you
lied
don't.
to you twice.
That's why you
When
don't.
she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what you testified
That's
to.
exactly
We
what
just
you
discussed that.
testified. Thank you, Your Honor.
You look like a
We're
fucking
still at it.
moron for doing that.
Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, me too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words.
All seven.
So Tom, let's please
have to agree.
take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser.
Now they could nullify and give it to him, but this is more
The
on
title
track.
of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man is a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier on May 27th, 2016.
All seven.
As Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote.
They better quit.
Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis, unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights, unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it?
Shit, let me get this picture.
Some of it's hard to read, so maybe
Yeah, I can't see any of that.
Tom might please blow it up.
And I want this, baby. Give me some of this.
Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim,
Oh, please check
one
through
for
them.
each of the
Please
3
check them
defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard.
Please check them through.
You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote.
It's
3,
extra smart.
I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money, nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. One, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. Two, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him.
I wouldn't do it to ACLU.
While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break.
They did that.
Yeah, they did a
This
great
case has
job.
not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back. So do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Look, that's a ride or die friend right there.
All right, let's come back at 11:05. Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
Okay, sidebar. What do y'all think? I think they did a great job. I think they did a great job. I can't believe that he had the audacity to object, not once but twice during closing, and then get shut down. Like, why? Why? If you're going to object during a closing, I would assume you would get your shit together. I hope Elaine's telling him to keep his mouth, sit down, shut your mouth, and know your role.
I have more tears than Amber right now.
Girl, everybody does. That's embarrassing. Embarrassing. No, I think it was good. I think it was. Camille is likable. Everyone loves her. So her going is obviously the smart choice as far as public perception and likability is going to go. Then everybody loves Chu. Chu gets up there. Look, Chu even is being nice to the dumbass over there. But they kept to the facts of the case. And here's the thing is, I like when they go through jury instructions and they say, like, this is the crime or this is the case. Here's the elements that you need to prove this. This is what you need to rule this way. Here's how we've proved this X, Y, Z. Which it might have helped if he said, like, you know, you need malice to prove this. This is gone into that a little bit, because I think they're going to get a little caught up on the difference in malice. But I think they did fantastic. Playing those audios and showing those videos, great. Oh yes, fingers crossed. And that's another thing too, is closing's a little different, because like, if this was like in a criminal case, you'd have Depp heard, Depp be done. But this is civil and you've got a counterclaim, so it's a little different than what I'm used to seeing. So it's gonna be interesting for sure. But now y'all saw their tone and demeanor, and when we switch over to Heard's team, where I have a feeling we're gonna see a completely different tone and demeanor. That's hilarious. Oh, one of these texted me. I'm about to lose it. Hey, Lindsay, why don't you come to Arkansas so I can take you to Silver Dollar City? My treat, baby. I'll take you on a date.
What?
I'll take you on a date, girl, to Silver Dollar City. Yes, I would say that y'all might want to be prepared for that. I kind of wish he'd get an alpaca. The fact that she said yesterday that I've not been laughing and joking during trial, like, ma'am, we can see you. I know you're on camera. Here's someone saying civil would be the way too because the counter does she have the last. Civil would be that way too, only because the counter does she have the last chance. I wonder if that matters per state. The $1 thing, people are saying that they should say, hey, he just wants to be awarded $1 to prove that it's not about the money. It's never been about the money, and it's all about just clearing his name. They're thinking to make it like a moral stance. Like, I don't care about the money. I care about clearing my name. So, which, yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I think he doesn't care about the money. I do think he just cares about clearing his name. But I also think he should get his $7 million back. That's just me. Yeah. If we could get an alpaca sanctuary, I would be down with that. We can have a little shithead trip to the alpaca sanctuary. Learning lots of new things here about civil and about things not in Arkansas. Because 7's a low number for a jury. Like in Arkansas, there's like 10 or 12 jurors. So 7 seems low to me. I told you all along, I do not normally keep up with civil cases. I can talk about criminal. I can keep up in real estate. Bare minimum on civil. Lindsay had to go be an adult. I would have to. Somebody made a comment about how they wouldn't give it to ACLU, and someone else said give it to him as a middle finger. This might be a comment people don't like, but I don't think I would give it to ACLU Los Angeles after this either. That's my personal opinion. Maybe I'm a petty bitch. Oh, jury nullification. Great. Thank you. So jury nullification, you don't get to tell juries about this. Now, if the civil attorneys from other states want to jump in, by all means, please do. I'll send you a link if you want to make civil comments too. But you're not allowed to tell people about jury nullification. And what jury nullification is when the jury says, the jury gets their list, okay, and you are not allowed to tell them about jury nullification. That's a big fucking no-no. But when they get their jury instructions on how to do stuff, they can look at it and say, this is what we're supposed to do, this is the laws, and yada, 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 but I don't like this, we're going to do a different ruling. So let me give you a more tangible example. Let's say a man is on trial for first-degree murder, first-degree homicide. And you go back to deliberate, and it says, did this person intentionally kill this person? Yes. Did they plan to kill this person? Yes. Which, it can become planned in a split second, but I'm just saying, like, did they intentionally kill this person? Do we know they killed this person? Did they plan to kill this person? Yada, yada, yada. And you're looking at that jury instruction and you're thinking, well, yeah, we know he killed him. We know he did it intentionally, but wait, he killed that person because that person essayed their child. So you're like, yeah, according to this, they should go down for first-degree homicide. However, I understand why they did it, because they essayed their child. So if there were lower charges that they could select from, like, say, manslaughter and less to no time, a jury might do that. But if it's first degree or nothing, the jury's going to say, well, yeah, technically it should be first degree, but also we think that, he essayed that person's kid, so F it, we're doing a not guilty. And that's jury nullification, but you're not allowed to tell them that they can nullify. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's strategic for sure. And yes, he did have the right to do the check in his name to ACLU. I only caught part of that comment over here, but yes, they're only allowed to show what's in evidence. But does that make sense? That's what jury nullification is. Basically, they know they're supposed to do this, but they're saying, fuck it, we're doing our own thing. But they would have to come up to that conclusion on their own. They are not allowed to know anything about that. Yes, they can. Like, nobody can win. Yeah, that's possible. And me and Carrie talked about this online as well for Depp. Like, Carrie and I both said that as it stood, jury nullification was the only way we thought that he could win outright. So Carrie thought that too. I hadn't asked her about it. I should have asked her about it at Duggar 2 days ago. But last time we spoke, we kind of both thought it was going to have to be jury nullification. It was the only way he could win outright. My personal opinion is that this is a defamation case and they're very hard to prove just in general, but they're famous. They're public figures. So they have the additional element of proving malice intent. And I don't know if y'all caught that this morning, but they explained the difference in malice. And I'm not sure they proved that. Because there's a difference between being a hateful bitch and publishing something because you're an evil bitch. And you know, saying I'm intentionally publishing this so that he gets fired from his jobs. I mean, I just, if they get a hung, so in Virginia, they have 7 jurors and they all have to be unanimous, which is weird because in Arkansas, on a civil, like that wouldn't be the case, but here, that's the case. So yes, they have to all agree. And if they don't, so here's what's going to happen. If they go back and 2 people are one way and they're not with the rest of the group and they're like, we can't decide, they're going to go to Penny and Penny's going to say, take your ass back there and rethink this out. Y'all work it out. What they're doing is seeing who's got the stronger will. Will the 2 join the 5? Will the 5 join the 2? Or if they really can't come to a conclusion, then they'll go back and say, we've got a hung jury. At that point, Depp has to decide, as well as Turd, if they want to refile this case, which no, I don't think that they would, but I actually think this is a popular opinion. I think most people think that they have proved malice intent. I just don't know that by the letter of the law that I think that they've proved malice intent. But you know, jurors are normal people and they might interpret it as malice intent. You never know with a jury. So here's the deal. Like, why was I able to guess on the dot Duggar? Like, I said Duggar was going to be 12 years. And I was actually right on the dot because he got 12.7. He's got 6 months time served. He got 12.1 months. I was right on the dot. But the reason why I was able to do that is because with criminal, it's like, this is what you can get for a certain crime. There's certain elements that give you more time or less time. And looking at it just non-biasedly at what it is, I was able to determine based off that. Also, criminal is what I know. Civil is not what I know. and it is not something that you can. It's just not. It's not the same as criminal. Like with criminal, I actually know what the fuck's going on there, and I can say, okay, there's this element, this. I can calculate that all up, and that's why I was able to get it on the head. It's different with civil because it's not like that. It is mainly going to be on opinions, and it's going to be, are you liable? Are you not liable? And the jury gets to decide if they want to change the monetary value. So it's just very different. And I would say this is not the area that I'm going to be able to give you another sentence that's right on the head. I don't think that you guys are going to like the results. I'll say that. I've not seen this study, but I'll take your word on it. I will take your word on that. I mean, nobody wants to be the odd man standing out that gets a hung jury, but the thing is, I can respect it. If you don't like, that's the thing when they send them back, like, hey, you need to like decide. Think if there's two that are out, they'll send it back to go think about it, yada, yada, yada. And it is to test the will of the people. Will you convert over or will you not? And I've got to say, I can appreciate somebody that sticks to their guns and doesn't jump ship just to get the fuck out of there. I can respect that. I can respect an honest opinion. I'm not going to troll somebody for having, I can respect that. And I do think that we have to hold people accountable for proving their cases. Now, again, civil's not, I normally would not be watching a civil case. The sociologist in me is watching this because of the views on males being victims and, how people use social climates to their advantage when spinning a narrative. I'm watching this case from the sociologist in me is watching this case to look at how society did not think men could be victims. Now they do, and how people abuse social climates and how people really abuse and manipulate those social climates and feelings and emotions to better narrative. We see that all the time. So that's really why I'm watching this case. But again, civil's not my thing. Yeah, I'm straight up watching this for the sociology. So again, one of my degrees is like, I have an educational background in sociology, so that the sociologist in me is very, very interested in this. And it has been for a while. I mean, I would look at parricide cases where kids killed their parents, and it had a lot to do with sexual abuse and things like that. And people just really did not think. I don't know why this needs to be clarified, but there's that. I really think that. Why are people saying what's going on here? There's in Virginia, they have 7 jurors. They have alternate jurors on the side. So if somebody, gets dismissed, then one of the alternates takes their place. So how that works is I got 50 seconds. You got a jury pool. If someone gets dismissed for any reason whatsoever, they've got the alternate jurors that sit in. Yes, the alternate jurors hear everything. They're there all day. They have the same rules. They can't do any of the stuff. They can't talk to people, be on social media, blah, 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 blah. So there's always going to be 7 in that main box. So if someone leaves, an alternate comes in. The alternate has heard and seen everything just as a regular juror is, and it will be 7 that have to have a unanimous decision together. But yes, big time into sociology, which is why I'm watching this case. I've told y'all since the beginning, civil is not my thing. I'm watching this as someone that has an educational background in sociology. Now, I do also have a legal background in criminal justice legal studies, but I'm saying that civil's not my thing. So I'm not gonna be able to give you like a great guess on the ruling like with Duggar, because Duggar would be more my area where this is not. The jury will come back, they'll let you know. Jury's back, they've got a decision. They'll have the 4 jury foremen, because there's somebody that's like team leader. They'll have the jury foreman hand over the results, read them. Then they'll make sure, they normally tally. They'll make sure, is this your true and accurate vote? Yes. Is this your true and accurate vote? Yes. Is this your true and accurate vote? They call it polling, or they do in Arkansas. So they'll poll them to make sure that they all 7 say that's their true and accurate vote. And then they'll go from there. I'm telling you, Erica, I'll send you a link to hop on here. I've never seen someone not. Erica, do you want to answer this? I've never seen somebody not stay. So, Erica, if you have civil attorney views on this, feel free to comment it, because I've never seen people not be there for their own verdict. I feel like that's disrespectful to the jury. This is correct. This is correct. Which I would not. But I'm waiting to see if Erica responds to this, because she does practice civil law, which I do not. So defer to the expert. Okay, Erica, tell us this. Have you ever seen someone not be there for the verdict in civil? Have you ever seen plaintiff and defendant not be present for the verdict in a civil case? Like I said, I'm normally watching criminal and everybody's there. Yes. Okay, so there's your answer. Wow, that's so weird. That's so weird. I feel like that's disrespectful to the jury. Very interesting. Did not know they did that in civil. So shout out to Erica on that one. That's wild. Ooh, that's a good point. She said it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. I could see CAH not showing for the verdict. That's a really good point. I have just never seen people not showing. That's so crazy. Learn something new every day. Someone said they talked about this in court. Clearly I missed that day. If they don't show, I think that's salty. But it is going to depend, because like if they're going to deliberate for a week and you leave and then they get it in, you can't get back. So I guess it depends on how long my vote will be this. It's going to depend on how long it takes them to come back. Because obviously if it's going to take a week and a half and you fly back and then come and they get it as soon as you land, you can't get back in time. So I think it will partially play into it how long it takes them to deliberate. A civil is wild, girl. You teach me all new things this morning, Erica, on the real. I don't know how you do civil. I do not know how you do civil. Yes, I will let y'all know. Well, assuming they're going to let us know. I have a feeling they're going to hang out all day. I think they'll hang out at least all day today and see if they come back with something. And then the longer it's out, the more people do. But okay, Erica, they're wanting to know says Erica or SoJo, but now that I know Erica is a civil attorney, we will defer to her because y'all, I've told y'all from the beginning, not my thing. Any gut feeling on how long the verdict will take? Erica, what are your opinions on that? Because I don't think you ever know with the jury. Like it could be 2 hours, it could be 2 weeks, like you just never know. But we'll defer to Erica on that question.
Please see the order.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
That's a good point. Well, I'll ask Erica in the comments. Hold on. But I don't have to talk it over then. Oh, she's responded. Here we go. It's going to be Queen Erica today, y'all. It's going to be Queen Erica. We're deferring. You just never know. Like with Depp, I thought, or with Duggar, I thought they'll come back by the end of the day. They didn't. So I said if they don't come back by
All right.
11 the next day, we've got a problem.
Closing arguments.
Came back
Mr.
at 2:30.
Rottenberg?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's crazy. But yeah, it could be anything.
Good morning, everyone.
So yeah, they do still get to have the Memorial Day weekend, y'all.
Mr.
They're not
Rottenberg, is your
holding them
mic on?
I
hostage.
believe it is.
Oh, there we go.
And the
Okay.
jury's not sequestered either, so.
In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
He's trying to
If you
use
did tell your
victimology
friends,
here when he doesn't know
They're
what
part
it
of the
is.
hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured.
That's not
If you
what's
did
being
seek
said.
medical treatment, you're crazy.
No, that's not what.
If you
No.
do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send.
Oh, is
He
it?
doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career.
Did he though?
That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to.
Peyton, you're
But it's
wrong
not
with that.
surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault.
Holy shit, y'all. Hold on.
Just as Ms. Vasquez did, Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the
Y'all.
care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family,
Y'all.
your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on this claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4, designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it, if Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience, having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
It kind of
And you
is.
can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. A few points here. Number one, this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age.
Right, but
before
then
Mr.
she
Depp.
doubled down
So
on
there
the
is a
stand.
reference to sexual violence in that article,
Yes,
but
and
it's
had
not by
she,
Mr. Depp.
if she left it at that, that'd
Mr.
be
Depp
one
can't
thing, but
hold her
she
liable
doubled,
for
tripled
headlines she
down, she
didn't
went
write.
all in
It
Vegas
contains
style,
something that
baby,
that was not
on
about
the
them.
stand, so.
And they want you to think that she republished the headline,
She fucked that up on
republished
her
the
own.
headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink
Again,
says
she
opinion
typed.
Amber Heard. I spoke
that's
up
why
against
it
sexual
counts as
violence. That's the online
republication.
version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, "Today I published this." That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does.
Y'all, we know
It's
she
what he's
wrote
always
it.
done.
That was
Blame
never
other
an
people,
issue.
refuse to take accountability.
Her writing it
But
was
the
never an
problem for him
issue, y'all.
here
We
is
know
that
she
he's
wrote
running
it. There was
headlong
an
into
issue
the
about
United
whether or not
States
she wrote
Constitution,
the
which says that
title,
you cannot hold Amber
but
Heard
not the
liable
article. We
for
knew that.
words she didn't write or publish. But here we are.
Big fact.
Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr.
She
Depp.
added verbiage at the
You
top,
can decide that.
and
by
that's the
determining
issue.
that those
as far as
statements are
republication.
true, and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they referenced, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Ms. Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Dawn Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Miss Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Miss Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Miss Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Miss Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words, or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Miss Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber
Them with these
has to be
sound
perfect in
glitches.
order to win. Even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick.
I don't
Amber's
think they
not
ignored
perfect.
his
None of us
flaws,
are.
to be
She's
fair.
never pretended to be. And that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins.
No, you did not just correct
So
yourself.
let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany,
All
his
right,
drug
good luck,
buddy,
buddy.
early on in their relationship. When he says, let's burn Amber, let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead. Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, I don't write like that.
Pay attention to this because it just takes one
This is a
time
bookended
and one
relationship.
jerk.
This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said I didn't write that text, even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, hopefully
Me
that
too.
cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. That's how he bookended their relationship.
Raise your hand if you've said
Ladies
mean
and
shit
gentlemen,
like that
these
before.
words are a window into the
I
heart and mind of America's favorite pirate.
I have said shit like that before.
This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. And she's going to get it. He says, I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods.
Them with these audio skips. What the hell? Gonna make us watch a damn commercial. The disrespect.
Children are being impacted by COVID-19 when parents are very apprehensive and absolutely don't want to get the vaccines at all.
Incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Ms. Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before.
Side
That's
note,
what
we
she
know that she calls
said
other
to
people
her
monster too.
During that first
Her
incident
Instagram
of
post that
violence.
Derek found.
But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Ms. Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
He ain't lying though. I mean, he's not lying. Also, who on this
We talked
jury
about the
realistically hasn't
You heard
said
Mr.
that
Depp get on the stand and say that that was Ms. Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him. She didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the
detect
monster.
no lies.
He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, thank you, my darling Kipper. He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within. He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders.
Big fact.
He liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that that means him using cocaine, has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters, the monster. I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened?
Don't forget to mention you sold this video to
Nothing
TMZ.
happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this.
You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me,
Nope.
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Do you see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter.
He's
Who
right
does
behind
that?
you.
Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and
Did
sweet,
he
you've
turn
never
around
loved
and look at
anything
him when he
more.
said that?
But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way,
I agree.
like a
with
wild
this.
animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context
Listen, I
of
did
their
that
whole
shit yesterday
relationship.
when
This isn't about
or 2
breaking
days ago
down
when they
a
knocked my
series of
pizza over
individual
at
days
Duggar.
that you've heard evidence about.
Shit
This is
happens.
about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international
Wow.
flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they
Bro.
received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it.
Bro, I know you know
Miss Heard was in
copyright
the air.
laws. Do
She
not
didn't
play
send
us.
it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth.
Wow.
Who would want that to become public?
Wow, okay. Okay.
Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207.
Ew.
Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
She can't admit any fault. Everyone's lying but her. I mean, that doesn't look good at all.
This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during a press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013, when Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help.
Okay.
I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
No one cares about weed, buddy.
This is Mr. Depp.
It's 2022.
This is Mr. Depp. And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming, blaming Ms. Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help.
Okay, but if she wanted to help, she would
So let's talk about
not
some of
let
these
that spill in
instances
the
of
first
abuse.
place.
Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp
This
backhanded
right
her.
here.
She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute.
Yeah, let's do that.
This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this.
That's a
But what
fucking
happened on
joke,
March
dude.
22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having.
I can understand why I was
She
upset
didn't
about
admit to
the
it because it
painting.
wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car.
Is it out of the
And
window
he's
or is it
howling
up to the window
like
so the
an
dog
animal,
can enjoy
Miss Heard
it?
said, while holding
Let's
the dog
be
out
real
of the
here,
car.
y'all. Come on.
That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's
Yeah.
abuse.
This. I have hated that narrative since the beginning.
Let's go back to this, because
especially in Virginia.
Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's
My
defense in this
sociology
case.
crew knows
But
why
as
that
you've
narrative
seen
in Virginia
over
was.
the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on this payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who
That
do.
was a mistake.
And none were there for the instances of domestic violence.
That was
What
a
they're saying
mistake.
is, oh,
That's
he
actually
didn't
a lie,
abuse
too.
Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, and it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke,
Throwing
stop
family
pills.
members
You'll
under the
remember her
bus isn't a good
squirming
thing to do
and saying,
either.
I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional.
That was a mistake.
She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an
That was a
enabler.
mistake.
The same with Sean Bett, his head of security,
In my
who's
opinion,
been
that
sitting
was a
in this
mistake to
courtroom
say that.
for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place.
Yes.
But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here.
I normally wouldn't hold that
We're
against
here
her,
in
except
person.
for the
They're here in
attack she
person because they're on
described
his
would
payroll.
absolutely require
Almost
medical
all of that.
assistance.
And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we previewed they would do in the opening. But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There's no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days, and there were times like this.
It just would.
This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. And she texted, look who she texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there. And no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Heard, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he smashed hotel rooms. Okay. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, the Hicks bill was late May 2013. This is a text, another text from drug buddy Benny, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So that's after Hicks bill. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island
That's
in
karma,
the Bahamas
baby.
in 2013.
That's karma. It's like you
When Mr.
injected-
Depp looked a
Listen,
little
that
scary
Amber
by the
Alert.
way his body fell into the water.
The
And
irony,
Lily
baby,
Rose, his
the
daughter,
irony.
started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the sidewall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you.
That's a
and
great
you're an
bias check,
embarrassment."
Jay.
That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening.
I wonder if it's an Amber Alert or a bad weather
This
alert.
text, let's
Amber
fast
Alert's
forward a little
funnier
bit
for sure.
to, actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring
Did anyone get the
on his
alert?
finger or some kind of ring. He's
Did
wearing
anyone
one ring on
watching
his
get that
finger.
alert?
And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. In 2013, in London, Mr. Depp,
What's with the internet? What's with the internet, long crime? Y'all have had sound issues today.
This game, you're not ready.
It's not, it's long crime shit.
Miss Heard not wanting to
It's
leave.
lawn crime, hold
But
on.
this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that. She could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back.
1000%.
And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
Whether it was weather or Amber Alert, Penny saying Amber Alert is even funnier, so. helping your client? You think this is helping your fucking client? He's in detox. Fucking moron. Fucking moron.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe.
Withdrawal does not
He's
require him
talking
to have
about
had alcohol.
These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened.
And
People
he's
in the
obviously
moment
in
are
no
oblivious,
state
but we
to
know
hurt
they happen
anybody
throughout.
in that
But he doesn't
audio.
remember what's happening. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account?
How's he going to beat her up in the state
But
that he was
actually,
in? And
you can look at his account.
shaming
from a few
somebody
days
for
later,
detox is bullshit, buddy.
May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fucking
He's
goddamn.
really an artist
I'm
with his
done.
words.
I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe.
Gaslighting can make you
he's
think a lot of
carrying
things too, though.
in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text of Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry.
Playing
I
that
really
and
don't
shame-
know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice in the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I
Playing
will
that
never do
and
it
this
again.
narrative
My
with
illness somehow
addiction,
crept up and grabbed me.
that's not
I
going to
must
fly.
get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial and things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This
showing
is
that
in
it
the lead
had-
up to Australia.
By the way,
Before
y'all
we
are the
get
ones
there,
that
we can
played
talk
that
about
audio
January
thinking it
25th in
helped.
Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what did they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now
Pretty
the
bad.
theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
That's what has me torn is the narratives and the stuff that they've used
February
is so
2015, this is when they got married. The day they got
wackadoodle
married, you heard the testimony from Iowa
that I'm
Tillett,
like,
right?
there's a chance
Where Mr. Depp told him, I can now
that
punch
the
her
jury's gonna be
anytime
like,
I
just
want,
fuck this
and no one can
entirely,
do
but
anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify.
what a narrative to spin in closing.
They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times.
That's how you know
This
they're
is
struggling
after
right there.
He chopped his finger
As
off
much as they
when he
mentioned
says,
Marilyn.
need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia.
Sorry.
You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and
Thank
I could
you,
feel
Allie.
glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you.
I'm glad somebody's paying attention to the time.
And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house, but not before what happened before she went to bed that night. Where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this
Come
pressure.
on, we
pressure
saw
in
the
my
pictures.
feet.
Why would you say that in
I
closing?
remember
Don't
just not
remind the
wanting
people
to move
that.
because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside
He
of it
started decent, yeah, he did. But y'all have known from the beginning, you know, being
This
an
is the next
addict
morning.
and
This
being
is
a
what he
piece of
wrote
shit
in
are
the
not
stuff
mutually
with his finger.
exclusive.
And there's been
And that
testimony
narrative
about
is bullshit.
what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant.
If you want to say he's an abuser and he's an
chopped it
addict,
off with an axe, and it has nothing to
prove
do
the abuse,
with
but
whether
don't
or
say
not
that you're
Mr.
an
Depp
addict.
abused her.
They're not
But we
mutually
all know she
exclusive.
didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that.
Yes,
But
we
here,
motherfucking do.
He writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob
Yes, we
and
do.
Easy Amber. We talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote Call Carly Simon. She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two.
There's not a
beer cans
single
there.
bloody footprint.
But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not. That there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka.
I don't give a fuck about the glass.
But what there
There's
is
no
in the
blood
picture on the
evidence.
right is
The
evidence
math
that
ain't
he
mathing.
was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window.
Girl, quit.
More writing. More
Girl,
abuse
quit.
on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous
Grumpy
rage
cat.
and his desire to control Amber's career.
Y'all, he painted on a lampshade.
He didn't want her to act.
He's the
As early
devil.
as 2013, he tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
These recordings are not good for them, but here we go.
Jealous and fucking
Could you play one we could hear?
you know, the fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird.
No, you
Out of his own mouth.
he shouldn't be allowed to do that when you can't hear it. If he didn't have a
This is some of the
demonstrative
notes
aid
of
of
Dr.
a transcript for that, I don't know why he would
His
get to
therapist
narrate that
called
right
him
now.
self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil.
I couldn't hear any of that.
Jealous, and I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you see paranoia, fear,
Let me
envy.
screenshot this. Maybe y'all
He
can
wanted
see
to
this.
control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury.
I'm sorry, I almost dropped a
No
bed
one
on my
who's
foot. That's
hasn't
funny.
previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks. along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again because they're the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting.
It's not the only thing disgusting on here.
He
But
admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Filati, I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to
They
March 23rd,
played it without any
2015.
context. Of course they did. Of course they
After
did.
just
I'm
a
not
few weeks in
surprised.
Australia,
It's
Mr.
okay,
Depp
the
has
whole
a
tape's
finger
in
injury,
evidence,
no doubt
so it's
about
fine.
that. He comes home. He gets what they call a
What a
soft
fucking
cast on
joke.
it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that
If they
absolutely
play the
didn't
whole
happen.
video, you can
But
clearly
even
hear
if you
he's being
believe
sarcastic. Like, oh, when I cut
Mr.
my finger
McGivern.
off? But of course they
At some
clipped it.
point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs. And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse. It's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye.
Let's look. Zoom in. Is this
And
the
again,
unedited
their
photo?
theory
No,
is
we
that
want the
all of
unedited
this is a
one.
lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, if she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified, victims, of course, of control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail. And I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that.
I also heard them say
Neutral
she was going to
party
wear red
who said
regardless, so I don't
exactly
know
what
why that
she
even
did.
became a
She
thing.
talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair.
He is.
They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's
I
a
do
pocket
think
knife
you
or
could
not,
kick
but the
this
only
easily.
testimony in this trial
There is
about
a knife
pocket
on the
knife
bed, though.
is Whitney Enriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
Now hold on,
I think
buddy.
the most
You
telling,
can't
one of the most telling
say
things about this incident is the text he sent
any
to
pocket
David,
knife is
Amber's dad,
obviously
2 weeks
his.
later,
Come
where
on.
he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says,
Wow, this is terrible.
I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX58. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far.
Clearly
in
we
our
did.
fight.
I don't think we
Because as
did.
a result of that fight and the
Honestly.
bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with
You
them
can't
for
say
Christmas.
any pocket knife is. I
The
can't.
family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out.
I
And
think
every
I've
time he
lost
passed out,
brain
he would
cells
dump a glass of
watching
wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him.
Right,
And
Patty?
because it was in front of his
That's
kids,
Southern.
he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took
That
the video.
is
She
Southern.
didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom and she said, but this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony, it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck. And he was squeezing her neck against the railway car. And at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck, a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party, just very quickly. The experience, terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016.
Yeah,
And
we do know what happened.
We're going to
the
skip
next
through
day.
a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony
That big
the marks
black
you see on
square?
Amber's face, including this mark
This
with a
right
straight
here?
line from below her eye to the top of her temple.
Is them
That
withholding exit data,
lines up
and that's not a
directly with
good
the phone.
look.
There's been no testimony.
I don't think these should have been allowed in with
Mr. Depp went through the house.
with every
he
single
destroyed
one of them
pictures
not having
of
exit
friends.
data.
That's abuse.
If it was
Property
a few,
destruction like
okay,
that,
but
it in and of itself is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the feed show that she was having.
allegedly.
He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful.
You can tell he's
I'm not
panicked
gonna
because
play it again.
he's very jumpy with his
It was
story.
horrible. That in and of itself.
He doesn't have a timeline narrative.
This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain.
Don't
He
get
said
going
that
on a
then.
settlement. They
He
all
could've
make
fought this
bullshit
thing,
settlements.
but he
Just because
didn't,
someone
because he knew
settles
that
doesn't
her
mean they're
allegations
guilty.
were
Just because
true.
someone signs a
But
settlement
then he
here doesn't
continued
mean
his
it proves
campaign of
anything.
humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming
Yeah.
of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people.
I mean, you
No
want
matter
closing
how
to be your
honest you are
power
about your
punch,
own
you know?
imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship,
Look at Johnny.
you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you.
That's not true.
Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove or to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements. with
Y'all know
actual malice.
Elaine
Now,
isn't
what
gonna
Mr.
do any
Chu
better
didn't
than
tell
this.
you
I'm
is that you have
sorry.
to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that
I know you're
creates
not about
in
to
your
read
mind
this 'cause
a
you don't
firm
know
belief
it.
or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue.
You don't have that
So if you
memorized.
believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict.
Now hold
for
on.
Ms.
You know
Heard,
if he knows
even
if he
you
mentions
think that
malice
he never abused
description.
her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words. it
Sir,
clearly
please
wasn't
tell me you're not
hate-based.
reading this again.
She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively
I do
followed
too.
all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law.
I'm not sure the jury knows what the fuck
Mr.
he's
Depp
talking
used
about.
his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog
He's jumping
to defame
around.
Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard
Ooh,
us reading a
sir.
stack of articles dating years before
Ooh.
he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory. Nothing else.
Allie with the time
Any
crunch.
damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed. It said that Johnny might not.
Can he not hear his contradictions? I don't know. Like,
came out the same day.
I know they don't have a case and I know they have a hard client, but this
There's
is
no
bad.
evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirates 6. His agent, Jack Wigham, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed.
Okay.
Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you.
Okay.
You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down because that's not true.
Okay.
He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He
It
could have
got dropped.
fought her in the divorce case.
It got dropped.
He chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit
Signing a
after he met Adam
settlement
Walton,
is
the
not
same Adam Walton who
indicative of
convinced him to
guilt
file
or
a
anything
suit
else.
against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm and fire them and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days. And he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with this testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech.
You can tell Penny was
Stand up for it,
pissed.
protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hoff about the counterclaim. Thank you.
And raise your hand if you're secondhand embarrassed.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that
I
you
honestly
can
hope she
get
does a good job because I
a
feel
break
sorry
from
for
us
her.
and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point.
Oh,
But
yes,
this is
please.
very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate.
I actually
everything.
hope she does a decent job, y'all.
I'm gonna
Let's
stay
go.
on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention
Okay,
by
let's
Mr.
go.
Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will.
Can we get a
It
zoom in?
says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that?
Okay.
So what
We got
Mr.
4
Depp's
years.
team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing, because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the common plan.
Okay.
She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done.
Forgot this was on.
But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well,
I'm typing up the jury for y'all. Hold on.
Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear.
No one falls for that narrative. That was a bad narrative to choose, Elaine.
That he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney.
At least give him credit for owning the drug abuse.
Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true, because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp.
There you go.
Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement? It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implication.
I have mixed feelings
Now,
about the
first part of
Waldman
this
situation.
is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence book. At least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did
Wasting
exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand.
But she-
it was heart-rending for
She
her to
chose
have to do this
to write
with
the
the cameras.
op ed. She didn't have to
But
write
what
that.
else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction.
Camille's secondhand
in that
embarrassed for
house, I mean,
this.
imagine painting those canvases and how long
That was
took.
the coffer
How
and not
much
me.
rage you have to have.
I know y'all
for
heard
somebody
that.
to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. These things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has
She's
done.
trying to claim
And
they
both
have
of those are the
malice.
same
For real,
for
for real?
purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her.
They know that we
That's
know
actually
that they know
malice.
we know.
And she was
It's an
quite
episode of
upset
Friends,
when you heard her
y'all.
testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There's
They're pulling
couple
a
of really
friends.
important things
They
that
don't
Bruce
know
Whitkin
that we
said.
know they know
One
they
of the
know
things
that
is
we
he
know they
said He
know.
met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. And he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people.
I can't believe
The
she
second
thinks
thing
they
that
really
he
have
said
malice
I
with
think
that.
was pretty instructive.
That's
was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger.
like if
issues
you think that
have
that was
nothing
enough malice
do
to
with
prove
Amber.
your case,
He
then
remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, how is it that they can be sober doctors, for these years, and he's never sober? He's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement.
Camille's like, you're lucky I'm not
This was
going to
an
say
ambush,
anything.
a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away. And they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist.
Yeah, they need to stop
and try again
because
to get
the level
Johnny
that
charged.
she's claiming
That's what
proves
this
malice.
Now we all know that's false, and it's heinous.
On the opposite hand is not good for her.
Because, after these
It's
events
not
happened,
malice,
we're
what
gonna
I'm
talk about
saying.
a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm gonna try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny
It's
was,
embarrassing.
not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And
Okay,
remember
who
how
wouldn't be?
we talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin.
Listen,
she gets
nobody's
out
gonna
to
get
him
over the
on
feces
phone.
in the
He's
bed
in New
claim.
York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this.
Oh, we didn't get the
But Johnny
judge
just won't
record,
hit
so
them.
I don't.
So then they laugh. That
Hashtag
makes him
justice
mad.
for
Then
Boo.
he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them.
Why does
She
why
puts
does a
her
grown
hands
ass
up
man
on
need to go
his
get a
chest.
female?
He pushes them down. And then she
Now, come
continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony? After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's
It's a good
pictures
bias
here
check.
on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine. He gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here. And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can. And Josh gets out of there too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill him. So he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them.
Define really
we didn't get
close.
the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see
Define
that
really
they're like
close.
8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come, and we talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that
They
those
saw
pictures
nothing,
could-
the body
could very
cam
much
saw nothing.
have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
It's the police. They can get that from the fucking front desk. Oh, they got pissed enough to make an objection. And I have a feeling that would be legit. They actually got mad enough to object. All right, okay. Let's go. They let so much stuff go that it's going to be good, I'm sure. Now, will they get it or not? I don't know. I don't know what the objection was. I didn't hear it.
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told him, if she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any
She was
event,
pissed.
she would not cooperate. She didn't want to, but Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should.
They're doing
have
all the wrong
circumstances,
things.
even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only.
When they brought up his sister, I was like, that's a big no-no.
It's twice on that call report. So they, to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police
If
officers.
someone's lying, at least have proof
forgot
they
about
did it
2 months
before you
later,
say
when they were
it.
first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set. It doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges.
I have
against
very
Johnny
mixed
Depp.
feelings about this
So
whole
they
thing.
go
Claim.
away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them.
According to the internet, they typically settle like 95% of their cases outside of court.
Video cameras in here, and you see, there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him into place.
Well, what are you talking about? Wait.
Quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false.
Whoa.
Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to
Whoa.
press
That's not how that works.
Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at
That's
is
not
Defendant's
how
Exhibit
that
772
works.
and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber.
And
He
if they
says
had
in
proof,
2
like,
different text
if they wanted to
messages,
discredit
772
somebody,
and
so-and-so lied, we know that from
773. He
this.
says, my
Okay, but the narrative that
apologies
everyone lied
in
but
one of them,
Amber,
and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd? If he didn't know that he did all of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. none of the police officers remember that.
Okay, I don't fucking
And that's because
care.
they're busy and they got a zillion other things going.
But they got body cameras too.
2 months later when they were asked about it. So
Yes.
that's the next one. So clearly, that's 100% false. Clearly, they knew it. Clearly, there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now, let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one.
Girl, of
This
course.
makeup thing, fresh face, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these. When he talked to the ECB people, remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow, she wasn't.
Damn.
You approach.
Damn. I don't know about civil, but they normally don't. I normally don't see a bunch of objections and shit during closing. I mean, I was shocked that they objected during
So
Depp's.
I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that.
Oh, he's
I'm
calling her a
saying
liar.
He planted it. That's me arguing he planted. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the
Camille
exact
looks
same
like
thing.
me.
Why
She's like,
would
are we
you
fucking
say
serious
that?
with that
She's
shit?
an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you guys saw her here. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's
Okay,
not
but there's
wearing
difference
makeup
between
when
no
she doesn't have
makeup
mascara
and that.
eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup, and some of them are without.
Right, but you can have
And
found
people
like
misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go
It's
out
quite
of the
shocking.
room without concealer and
her
foundation.
obsession with the
She knows
makeup
how to
too
put these
is
things in. And you decide Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now, let's go to the third one. And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously, the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax. But there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things. But I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through.
This must have been during my call yesterday.
She also spoke to Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual.
Objection, Your Honor.
wow. I'm
Admit-
shocked. I'm shocked by the amount of objections that yes and no. Like yes and shit. Normally you just get it done and get it out. And I was like, WTF with the Amber Heard's team pulling 2 objections because I'm like, just let it get done. But her line out with the cops said, not phrasing it right, I mean, I can see that. I don't know. I am shocked by the amount of objections. They normally... Erica, do you normally see them object this much during closing in civil cases? I don't. Normally people just close. Unless it's just buck wild. Yeah, the Waldman issue is crazy to me because I agree that that's the attorney. So they, civil's just wild. That with Waldman, he is his attorney, and that's literally their job. Attorneys speak for their clients. So yeah, she ruled right. I got myself tripped up on there's a difference between being a liar and saying someone is lying. Obviously, the entire basis of this case on Johnny's side is that those statements are lies. So him saying they're lies, obviously, it's just, whew. Yeah, 2 hours is a lot. But I'm shook by all the objections.
Specifically characterized Dr. Jamani Jacobs' notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed,
turn the mic off.
She said yes, but she had no comment. And
Your Honor, objection.
That was in there.
Oh my God. I have never in my life seen. So, okay. This is why I don't hang out at civil court. It's true.
People confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse.
I think it's pretty bad that Chu's gotten up and objected this many times because he let a lot of shit go earlier.
She took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been.
Yeah, they be wilding out
What would
up in civil court in Virginia. Like, I mean, what the hell's going on?
Or making any of this up? That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money. Because first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney.
Bitch, what?
She said that California is a no-fault state and community property.
Ma'am, what?
So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences.
Look, California's buck wild with laws too, so
for anything.
I'm out on
She
that.
doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage.
Does California?
Unless they have
Well,
a
okay,
prenup
that's
or
marital
postnup.
property.
The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you already heard from Ben.
If you're an Alaska girl, you are Wild Wild West.
Postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence, and look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015.
Elaine, do you practice family
Remember
law?
back Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made
We gonna
22 million
specify
in
marital
2016.
property and non-marital
So you got
property and all that
$65
stuff.
million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5.
Don't make
She
a
was
face.
entitled
Do
to
not make a
that
face. Keep it
So
cool.
she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm gonna divorce you.
Your
She
Honor,
would've been
we're
entitled to
gonna
that.
object him.
Yeah, she's not a family attorney. Like, I figured that was coming. I mean, she does not do family law. She's not explaining marital property versus non-marital property and how that actually works. And she's going to throw out there, well, she was just naturally entitled to half. It's quite more complex than that. And she should know that. But I mean, they've already been in trouble for this shit before. Because they don't specialize in family law. That's some interesting shit. Now, I don't know how the time works, y'all. They threw me with this. I can't believe they're actually going question by question. Like, I'm used to them having times for like opening and closing and shit. Ask Eric about how they're keeping time. Like, do the objections count as time, and whose time does that go towards? That's a question for not me, because I assume they do it by segments. I know why they're doing it, because in civil court with people with money, they can just go and go. They can keep this case going for a whole year. So I understand why they're doing the time restraints, but how they're calculating it, poor thing. I'm also shocked by what she's claiming proves that they have malice intent. Like, if you think that that's all, I don't, but I'm saying, like, if she thought that proved malice intent, then my God, you don't think Depp's team's more than proved that? Like that.
So if you do the math, Amber's entitled to at least 31.5. What does she take? 7 million. What does she do with the 7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU.
I got it turned all the way
and
up. This
Children's
is
Hospital
on them.
Said donation and pledge are interchangeable. These are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said, you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits. And that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the 100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for 500,000 each, which she didn't come to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them. But then she got sued here and hasn't been able to. Because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges. And she said that throughout. And I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants to. And
It's constant fuckery around here, I'm telling
Get
you.
out from under this first.
That's bullshit.
Now,
she had got her full settlement within a year and 3 months.
$1 million.
A year before she got
charitable
sued.
Donations.
So fuck that.
That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here. there's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore.
Yo,
it's very
people don't
difficult
just
to
get
prove
perjury.
this. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great
This
example
is-
of that
yes.
is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have
That's what
to
she's
get
trying
in
to
the middle of
imply,
all of this
that it's
with
not her
Aquaman
fault.
2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said.
It wasn't
that
donated
tried to
because
be
he sued her.
technical and say,
It
"No, we
won't
didn't
be
tell you the
donated if he
contract."
wins.
But, oh yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then
Wow.
he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did negotiate. We'd negotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email
Ever.
from James Wan, the director, and Jane and
I tried to
Jason
explain to
Momoa,
them that there's
her
a
co-star,
difference between
who said they
discrediting someone, which
guarantee
is the
they are
entire
gonna
point
tell
of cross,
she is going to be married
and
in film.
perjury.
Why would they do that unless they thought Warner
I
Brothers
tried
was
real
being
hard,
unfair?
but the
And
internet
why
loves
didn't she
thinking
get
she's getting
almost
perjury
knocked out of
charges.
it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser.
Girl, no, you
Our
didn't.
expert on IT.
Girl, no, you
Took you
didn't.
through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this
I know
day.
everyone
They have
making
followed
perjury
her
comments
everywhere.
over here
Everybody
is
has stopped
joking,
wanting her.
because y'all
L'Oreal
know.
won't use her, even
But the
though
people
they
on
kept
like
her
TikTok,
She lost 3 different opportunities.
I
that
think
have
they
been
really think
discussed
it's
with her.
possible.
The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got the stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for the stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about
because she
Aquaman
sucks
2.
ass.
And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators who all went way up, and by the way,
This
all the
is not how
experts
you should be
admit
ending your
that career
closing arguments,
trajectory
Elaine. Get with
well
it.
for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it.
You need a
And the
power
reason is
punch.
because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her.
I was
They just
really
can't
hoping
get
she'd
the
do a better
traction, and
job.
She would have been able to get the traction, and they say it's
Just for
because
her
of
own
those
sake.
statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the 4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between 47 and 50 million dollars.
I don't even know
that
what
she
she's
could have
saying.
instead
God
of
bless
star being
her.
completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively.
I don't think they have a
PTSD and what she
counterclaim. That's
goes
just
through.
me
And
being.
every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to
Obviously, he's
relive
calling
all of
the
it. She
statements
talks about
lies.
the
That's why we're
panic
here
attacks,
today.
the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts,
And her
the nightmares,
counterclaim is
all of
an
the
article
the
quoting
sweats, the,
legal
the
filings. Like, what the
anxiety
fuck is
that
an
goes
attorney
through all of
supposed to
this.
do?
It's
Or
it's significant.
reporter.
Probably the most
A reporter
compelling testimony that you could ever
Quotes
hear
from legal
was from
filings,
Amber
as they should.
yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, we're gonna sue for $100 million.
Well, he verified his money, honey. You ain't done that.
We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case.
I feel bad for her. I do. It's that. At first, it was funny. Now I legitimately feel bad
We
for
do
her.
ask that you fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point.
Girl, have you proved emotional
And you
distress?
surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000.
No, you
for
did
punitive
not.
damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Girl, you did not prove emotional distress. That is not what any of the medical professionals said.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay?
Hot damn.
All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
Honestly, y'all, I'm kind of sad because I was kind of hoping that she would do a really good closing, because I told y'all I empathize with the fact that I say stupid shit all the time. I get stuff wrong all the time. I'll tell you, oops, I'm tired. I'm not thinking straight. I got that wrong. I don't know shit about fuck when it comes to civil. We need to defer to someone else. This is what I think compared to criminal shit that goes on in Arkansas. But when you're doing it on this platform,
Plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal.
you're gonna get trolled.
Defendants have 6 minutes, okay?
So a part of me feels sorry for her.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars, 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony, okay? All right, thank you.
There we go. Finally, some clarification on time. They do not take off time for sidebars. So I get that they're on this worldwide platform. The smallest mistake is going to get trolled. I do feel sorry for them. But there's just some things throughout this case where I'm like, wow. If you settle 95% of your cases out of court, there's nothing wrong with that. Some would say that's a good attorney. You take your own opinion on that one. But wouldn't you get somebody that's an experienced trial attorney once you knew it was really going? Add them on? I don't know. I mean, bless it. I mean, saying 95% out of court, I'm sure lots of people are like, oh, she's great. We never had to go to court. Like, she'll get it done. That's fantastic. But, you know, you would think, I don't know. With this, I'd be like, hey, you got any good trial experience? Because I know some attorneys that are like, nope, I'm not a trial attorney. If I'm going to take it that we're going to have to work this out, I do not go to court. And there's other people that love to go. And I don't know what goes on with the civil world. I'm glad somebody was keeping the time because y'all know I wasn't. I agree that the Waldman statements, yes, obviously his attorney speaking on behalf of his client. But what gets me is obviously the case is about the statements being lies. And the reporter that wrote them was quoting from legal filings, which is what a good reporter should do. He's using legal filings. I do think there's a difference between calling someone a liar and saying that these statements are lies. I'm torn on that. Yeah, mediation and I don't know how y'all have kept up with time because it did not make sense to me. I'm like, surely they're not going back every single question, every single objection, every single, like, I was thinking, I don't know what I'm thinking more like, okay, you got this much time to put on your case in chief, this much time to put on your stuff, yada, yada, yada. I didn't know they were legitimately going to be like every single question, every single objection, every single blah, 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 blah is going towards your time. That whoever's keeping track of that, that's a full-time job. Get that settlement. I mean, you have to think about how much money this costs the court. How much tax dollar money do you think they realistically spent on this? Not that they pay the jury jack shit because they fucking don't. But realistically, they've paid some serious tax dollar money on this. Thank you, Erica. Literally watching this, I'm like, I'm losing brain cells. And at one point I was like, I know I didn't really read that civil procedure book the way I should have, but like, what the hell? It's going like, what the hell? And then I would look it up to make sure I'm not crazy. And then I'd be like, no, it's really just that much fuckery going on in here. It's been a weird 6 weeks, to say the least. I think we're all confuzzled. Honest to God, I was hoping they would do a good closing argument just for the sake of just do it and get done. You never know with a jury. I think Erica mentioned earlier, like, this isn't like with criminal, it's like you've got all these check marks and all these rules and stuff. This is going to come down to some opinions. Like, do you or do you not consider those text messages to be verbally abusive? And that's where things are going to get complicated. To me, I think the text about the dead body in the back of the Honda Civic burning is dark humor. And I've made comments like that before. And I'll own that shit. I think it's normal. You're not really going to hurt somebody, but it makes you feel better to say that shit. Because I have that type of sense of humor, and I would not in any way, shape, or form consider that to be abusive. But now I guarantee there's people that don't agree with that. They think that's inappropriate. They think it's not funny because they don't have a dark sense of humor, and they might think that's abusive. I think saying, shut the fuck up, you're driving me crazy, is not abusive, but somebody might think that way. And so it's going to come down to lots of opinions. It's going to come down to lots of opinions. And that's going to be the issue. I mean, that's why I always tell y'all, I don't know shit about fuck. There's so many loopholes and stuff. I will keep y'all posted about the shirts. My ADHD's got to stay focused on one thing. My brain does feel frazzled as well. But here's one thing you have to keep in mind. And I'll say this, and I'm definitely going to go eat my ramen noodles so that my brain will be functioning for all this. Perception is everything, especially in a courtroom, and public perception does matter. I don't think people realize if you have experienced something and if you can't set that aside, we all have biases, whether we want to admit it or not, but if you've been through something and you are trying to compare your personal situation to this situation, you're not supposed to do that. You're literally not supposed to do that. But there are people, for example, that are team Heard. And with team Heard, if someone is team Heard, I respect their right to be team Heard, but I will say this. I feel like most people that are team Heard, they've heard the narrative. They stand by certain things going on sociologically, unquestioned. And that's very dangerous. If somebody, obviously you should believe anyone that says, that they've been through something. But you also have to keep in mind that, and nobody wants to admit that there are sick ass people that will lie about this shit. But there are people that will lie about it. And the thing is the one liar makes it hard for the 10 million people that told the truth. And so no one wants to admit that somebody would lie or manipulate or use a good movement for a bad narrative. But that's a hard truth that people need to realize can happen. So I think there's some people that just blindly stand by her because people should support people that say they've been victimized. I agree that you should support people that say they've been victimized, but not 100% without any common sense or rationale you just don't blindly believe everything you hear. You shouldn't. Now, the internet proves that people do, but you just should not. And so I think that that's probably a big group of her supporters. Also, I think that, again, from a sociological aspect, people don't think that men can be abused sexually or physically, and that's asinine. No, that's insane. So we're overcoming a lot of different aspects here, and we just don't know who's on the jury. Look down here. There's 9 people, but 2 are obviously alternate jurors because they're only taking 7 back there. So I don't know if they've I don't know. Some places you don't know you're an alternate until it's go time. Some people know that they are the jury and they're the alternate. I don't know how they do things in Virginia. Here, you're the alternate. If we have 10 people, 10 members of the jury, but 14 people total, the 4 extras know that they're alternate jurors. I don't know how they do it in Virginia, but you just don't know. That's all I'm saying. And there's crack slippers that get in. Maybe there's somebody that has been financially controlled. Nobody who has been an abuser, taken a TRO out on somebody, had a TRO taken out on them, anyone that's been in a domestic violence situation, anyone with any type of personal history that could be related to this case is not supposed to be on the jury. But crack slippers get in. So there's just so many factors. You just never know with the jury. That's about it. You just don't know. And with civil cases, it's not clear cut. I'm motherfucking trying. But I told y'all, perfection is imperfection, and I don't know shit about fuck, but I'm fucking trying. It's wild around here. I am gonna have to go eat my ramen noodles though, so I don't get hangry. We are not trying to have another situation like Duggar Pizza. Thank you, Hannah. I really can't. Some of the stuff they did, like, I would have shamed him for being an addict again. I wouldn't have called everybody a fucking liar again. I don't think that was good. I definitely would not have pulled out his sister like that. Now, I have seen that backfire before when somebody pulled out somebody's loved one. I was listening to closing in a criminal case, and the prosecutor shamed the defendant for being an addict, and even throughout, like, his brother's probably embarrassed to have a piece of shit addict brother. He said something along the lines of that, and the second he said that, I was like, you fucked up, you crossed the line. I believe that. I believe that entirely. And that's, I've been saying, likability, believability, those things really, really, really matter. And anybody watching this can see the caliber change between witnesses on each side. Oh, it's Hot Mess Express around here. It's Hot Mess Express. Oof. Oof. Okay, I gotta go eat so that I don't have Pizzagate again. Because nobody needs that. Yes. Here's the thing. Okay, so let me rephrase that. They will say, has anyone been a victim or know a victim of sexual assault? And people will obviously raise their hand and they'll say either I was, or my sister was, or my best friend was, whatever. Typically they would be dismissed, but sometimes you might have somebody say that, yes, they had a family member that was assaulted, but they can be non-biased. So, but I'm typically you're going to be like, no, we don't want them on here because they can't be non-biased or it's too risky. Well, we will miss you, Erica. We will miss you. Sneak back after lunch. Okay, I'm going to go eat. And then I'll be back. And you guys need to go eat because you never know. This is either going to be a fast one. We can start taking bets on when you think they'll come back. We can do that after lunch. But I'm going to go eat so I don't get hangry because that's dangerous. I think they said lunch is over at 1:10. Did someone say that? 1:10 my time, 2:10 Virginia time. But anyways, I'll be back.
come to order?
All right, ready for the jury? Okay. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
Hello? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Symes and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our US Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here supporting her brother, Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world, Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp, Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department, Malcolm Connolly, he worked in prisons in the UK, Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine, Travis McGivern, also another former police officer, Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England, David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, Ms. Heard's doctor, and yes, Mr. Depp's doctor, Debbie Lloyd, a nurse, Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse, Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence, Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse, Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building, Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Tara Roberts, Alejandro Romero, he took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager, Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California, Morgan Knight, Beverly Leonard, Morgan Tremaine, and Kate Moss, and all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Goldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove
Thank
that
you,
her abuse
Charlene.
claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice.
Yes, let's talk about malice.
And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there's clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in some illegal activity. She just had a baby.
That was me.
Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that rendered her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements.
Yeah.
In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be a much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya.
I think we can all admit those are comparables.
Deals every day. That's his job. Not testifying here for a paycheck. Does deals in Hollywood. And Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot,
Captain
Wonder
Kirk. Okay, come on.
Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie.
Like, honestly, it's not even comparable.
Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection.
No.
Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements. Buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false.
Thank you, Paige.
Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs, that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from.
I think everyone can agree with that.
Medical attention.
Medical professionals would agree with that.
Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words.
Yes,
she was
obviously.
alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016. And you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
Oof. Oof.
And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use.
Thank you, Derek.
You probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words, you've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse.
Get him. Get him.
Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote.
They couldn't rebut it in 2 hours. They're not going to get it in 6 minutes.
It was time to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was time to coincide with her announcement.
Hell, they couldn't get it in 6 weeks.
At the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Ronborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keaton Wyatt is on his payroll.
Oh my
Ben
God.
King isn't on his payroll.
Oh my God.
Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll.
We
Morgan
see you
Tremaine
smiling, girl. Keep your face in
isn't on
check.
his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight. None of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll.
An ex that didn't have to say shit.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling.
Show
What did
is.
Ms. Heard
Let's go.
capture of this supposed rampage?
Let's go.
Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that?
Let's go.
What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the
Big
ground?
facts.
What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him.
And not somebody that really cares about
And
him
Ms.
getting
Heard's
healthy
attorney
either.
told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officer Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime.
Look, everyone's wrong.
Ms. Heard's
But her.
attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her.
This is a motherfucking closing argument right
He
here.
had been with her for years.
Camille does
Of
not
course he
disappoint.
apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face. Not
The
wearing makeup
irony
that
and
day.
the date.
She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Ronborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself, Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed.
Ooh.
And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal closing?
That was a motherfucking closing argument right there. Look at Johnny. Love the man.
How about that?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a fucking closing argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who were on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her.
They didn't.
No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse.
Her sister
And there's a
halfway
reason
did.
that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial.
Nope.
The evidence shows
And we've
that
seen
Ms.
it.
Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes. Not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Wallman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was. And their witnesses, even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took,
we will see.
Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decided to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise To paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Becky Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one is the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately. Okay, so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay. All right. Now, for the tough part, you may remember at the beginning of this case I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay?
Okay.
We still have 2 alternates left, and the numbers were placed in the envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice.
Well, damn, don't release them. What if
And I
somebody
have
dies
taken,
during
and
deliberation?
you've taken away from your life for weeks on end
Whoa,
here.
whoa, whoa,
And I know I
don't.
speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an
Why are we
alternate, you will
releasing
not
both of
deliberate, but
them?
you are still under order of this court, not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time. And you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service. And you will
Okay.
join the deliberations and they'll start again and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay?
Okay, never
But
mind.
again,
I thought
thank
you were
for
saying
your
something
service.
different.
All right. So in this matter, the alternate jurors
They
are
are
juror number
staying.
3 and 14. All right. So at this time, those jurors are excused, and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations. Okay. So thank you all. Okay.
So normally the judges that I watch, they will keep, like, let's say there's like 4 alternates, they'll let 2 go and keep 2, because what if someone has a family member die in the middle of deliberations or something crazy happens? They typically keep 1 or 2 around just in case. But that answers that. They didn't know they were alternates until the end.
So it'll always be at the top of the hour. So for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time. I would ask that at least one attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay, so, yes.
The quickest I've ever seen was 2 hours.
Well, that's a first, okay.
Yeah, we love you, Penny. Okay, we get it,
All right.
That is one thing on which Ms. Petterhoff, we respectfully agree. Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Ronnie. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
We love us some Penny. Okay, the fastest verdict that I've ever witnessed was around 2 hours. It was in a homicide case, and I was pretty I was pleased with the verdict. I was shocked with how quick they came back. Had they been paying attention and using their brains and everything, then yeah, 2 hours made perfectly logical sense. But I always worry about juries. But 2 hours was the quickest that I've ever personally seen. So I don't know. We got 60 minutes here. That's hella quick. And look, they're not supposed to have their minds made up. But let's be real. Just saying. So basically, the jury has gone into deliberation. So they're in a private room and they have access to all the evidence that was admitted. Should they want to review it? Should they want to rewatch something, rehear something, relook at something? They have all that available to them to do that. They will have to discuss it. However, their jury 4-person, kind of the leader of the group, whoever they appoint to the leader of the group, decides to run things, where they take an initial vote and talk. You never know what goes on back there unless they let you know that. So they'll go back there and they'll just start working through the paperwork however they will. And then when they get when they made a decision and fill out all the forms, then they will let an officer of the court know, who will take it to Judge Penny, who will let everybody know that they need to come. So judging by what she just said at the top of the hour, let's say they came back at 2:45. They won't. But let's say they came back at 2:45. They would not read the verdict until 4 o'clock based on what she just said. Oh shit, somebody said 25-minute verdict. Shit. They looked really bad on closing. I mean, they've kind of looked like that the whole time. But no. And here's the thing. By their definition of malice, Johnny Depp's won his case. So I don't know why they were even trying to do that. That was Hot Mess Express. 6 weeks is so long. And in a civil case. It's crazy. And you know what? If they didn't have the time restrictions, I guarantee they would have drug it out even more. Yeah, they really fucked themselves with that. When they said that proves malice, I was like, why? Because if that proves malice, then Johnny Depp's won his case 10 times over. Me, I would say malice is a little harder to... I would say they were lacking that. I mean, I think from society's viewpoint, they'd say, yeah, it's definitely there. But I'm eating banana pudding, y'all. I had to take a work call for the Duggar case during lunch, so I didn't get to eat. So we should get notified that they've come back with a verdict. I mean, surely they're going to stick around today until 5. So typically, like, let's say this was let's say this was a case, they go back to deliberate. You would hang out at the courthouse until they sent you home, because you know when the juries go home. Now, in the courts that I sit in, judges will let them deliberate until 2 o'clock in the morning, or if they want to say, hey, we're done at 5, we'll be back at 8 in the morning on Tuesday, then they'll do that. It's kind of most of the judges I watch kind of let them have the discretion on that. So they might deliberate until 2 o'clock in the morning and then turn the verdict in. They'll read it the next day, or they might say it's 5:30, we're going home to sleep, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow or whatever. Of course, it's a holiday weekend, so if they don't come back today, it will be later. It'd be after the holiday. I am doing double duty, yes. Trying to get Duggar done. God help me. God help me. But don't worry, we'll have other cases after this that we'll watch. There's enough to keep us entertained constantly. It has definitely been a fun party, and we'll keep it going. There'll be other cases we can watch. I've already got 2 other cases set up that we can go over. So, you know, the fuckery's never ending. There's always a case. They'll tell us when there's a verdict. Yes, and our civil queen. Here's our civil queen. We will need her. Desperately. Desperately. I really don't know how long it's going to take. Erica, you got to guess? I normally don't. I mean, you just never know. I don't know how anybody would know. I mean, yes, they've been there for 6 weeks, and Lord knows they're ready to go home and be done with this shit. But you don't know if you're going to have one holdout or what. I mean, you could have somebody in there that just... Yeah, we always are banging our heads on the wall. Well, I don't know shit about fuck when it comes to civil. So you are highly needed. Highly needed. The longest, the end of next week. So let's think. They're not sequestered, so they're going to get to go out for the holiday. But you know, some of these people are pissed. You know, some of these people are pissed they got on jury duty. So let's look at this bottom real quick. Asian male. Okay, hold on, let me let it start over. Let's let it start over. I wish they would have told us which ones went home, but I'm sure Twitter will. Asian male, Asian male, Asian male, black female, Asian female, white male, white male, white woman, Asian male. So 6 men and 3 women. It's actually pretty. The hell? Hold on, I don't know who this is. Well, that's one thing about security is that you can access it remotely. So homeboys has to speak to the hubs. It better not be long. It better not be the solar panel guys again. Thank you, Derek. Yeah. Oof. Oof. Listen, y'all, I swear, so God is my witness, I have never had that many people come to my door in 3 years as I have had in 3 weeks online with y'all. I have never had this many people randomly show up at my door. Longest in a criminal trial. Are we counting like ones on TV or in person? In person, it's like even homicide cases don't normally take that long. I've never seen maybe a week at the longest. The shortest was 2 hours. And I tell you what, I've seen first degree homicide cases that went 4 days. This civil suit went 6 weeks. Like, I can't believe it. In recollection, not on TV, I'd say about a week. But typically it's just a few days, like 2. Well, listen, they need to be scared showing up at my house, ringing this doorbell and shit. They know I'm doing stuff. I'm hangry because I missed lunch. And they need to quit coming to my damn door. Dude's still out there. Dude is still out there talking. My husband's a nice one, in case y'all didn't know. So this is my thing. This is my thing. I have had a lot, like with this, I get caught up on the sociology aspects versus the legal aspects. And it is a civil case, so it is going to be more opinionated when they go back there. So then I'm like, there's just a lot. There's a lot. And I don't know. I respect a jury that does what they think they need to do. Like if there is truly someone that does not agree with the rest of the group and they stand true to what they think, I can respect that. And if you're in a criminal like Casey Anthony, for example, that jury did not think that they proved their case, whether or not they thought she was guilty or not. She did not. They did not think that she proved the case, and therefore she got acquitted. I can respect the fuck out of that. Matter of fact, I would prefer that, because we have to hold the courts accountable for proving their case in a criminal case. In a criminal case, we want to hold the court accountable for proving that they had a case against someone. And so I can respect when they let a guilty person off because they didn't prove the case, because that's how you keep innocent people out of prison. So I respect it either way. And you know, a lot of the time, like with criminal cases, people just don't understand how things work. So for example, Duggar, 12 years was a slam fucking dunk. 12 years, 20 years supervised release, that was a slam dunk. And we had people pissed that he didn't get 20 years and still trying to figure out why he didn't get 40 years. 40 years was never an option. Like, no. And 12 years is a slam dunk. So you have people that just don't understand how things work, and they get upset about it, which is why I think we got to have these honest conversations so we can be prepared. There's it's a lot going on here. I think they're going to have to unpack a lot. There's so much that they're going to have to unpack. So I just did juror number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on there. I don't know what number I don't know how many they went through or any of that. Yeah, the banner's not the official jury numbers. It's just I did juror 1, juror 2, juror. They could be juror 40. I don't know how many they went through. Here's what I'll say about the jury process. One case that we will cover next, the next case that I'll cover on the podcast, it's the Shreve case. It's a homicide case. The guy was innocent, on trial for murder, 100% didn't do it. So obvious he didn't do it. And his defense counsel, a friend's of mine. So watching the case, I knew he didn't do it. I knew they didn't have the evidence. I knew the evidence didn't even remotely point at him. I knew there was corruption. I'll tell you what, in the middle of this murder trial, I shit you not. First off, they got out evidence without wearing gloves, which drove me insane. And I had gloves like a serial killer in my purse, and I was about to get them out and offer them fucking gloves because it was bothering me so bad that you would touch evidence from a homicide case with no gloves on. And they're holding this backpack, and the defense attorney, Chad, was like, why does that backpack look heavy? Is there something in that bag? They open it up, find something with blood evidence on it that they never collected or tested in a homicide case in 2 fucking years. They immediately stopped court, told everyone to get the fuck out. Jury and everybody just runs out because it's such a shit show. And there were a lot of things. Now, anybody with 2 brain cells that understands how things, I was like, if you understand how things work, you should never convict this guy because look how corrupt this is. But we had drug use, we had a dead child, and I was worried that people weren't going to be able to overlook the fact that we had a dead child and drug use and be able to see what was really going on. So I was hella nervous about that. So I was expecting them to deliberate for quite a long time, and they came back in 2 hours, and I was like, no. And when they said they came back in 2 hours, I was, of course, when you get a quick verdict, it's one way or the next. And I'll be real with you, the county that this case was in and the facts of this case, I was worried that in this county, they could not overlook that there was a dead kid and drugs involved, but that this person didn't do it. So he has to come back in 2 hours, and they acquit him. Thank God they acquitted him. And I was really going to lose sleep at night if they had not. Well, they acquitted him, and it kind of gave me faith in people again, because I was like, oh my God, they're capable of seeing it. Like, they're capable of seeing what's going on. I have a renewed faith in the justice system to some extent. And I was shocked. And then come to find out that they were back there for 2 hours because they wanted to rewatch one of the evidence videos. They only showed the entire video was entered into evidence, but during trial they only showed a small clippet of that video. And the reason why they took 2 hours is because they wanted to watch the video of the person that I think that they probably think did it. And again, this will be the second season of my podcast, and my co-host will be Chad, who was the defense attorney on the case. So you guys are going to get everything and then some. I think you guys will really enjoy that case. You'll love Chad, who, like I said, is going to be my co-host, and you're going to get to see everything. But that was the quickest I'd ever seen. And it was a case where I did not think that the jury was really going to grasp what was going on, but they did. So when I take that and I look at things here, you just never know. I mean, you could say the same thing for Duggar. With Duggar, I was like, oh, they'll come back pretty quick. Like, it'll be no big deal. They'll come back fairly quick. And are they serious right now? Is he serious? Lord bless. So, girl, when I say I was in a county, I was in a county. I do not like to go back to that county. And you'll hear all about it on season 2, which will be both on the podcast and on YouTube. So whichever platform you listen to, but basically you just never know what you're gonna get with the jury. That's what it comes down to. You never know. I've seen, like I said, I thought that was going to take a while and that they were going to get it wrong. And I was completely shocked when they could make the math. Because you have to overcome, I mean, I said that to Chad. I'm like, you have to overcome a lot here. But he did. So, yeah, I just worry about those kinds of things. And with the Duggar trial, like I said, I thought they would come back relatively quickly with Duggar. And you're allowed to ask questions. And so I don't know if they're going to show that on here. It doesn't look like they're going to, but you can ask questions. So with that being said, I'll just do this. So you get to ask questions. So with that being said, if you had a question, you would write it out and you would give it to the whatever officers back there with you. They're going to take it to Judge Penny, and you can ask questions, and like Judge Penny would send it back. Now, some courts, they'll read the questions out loud to you and say, hey, they wanted to know, 2 jurors wanted to have this answered. I've seen other courts where they don't do that, but with Duggar, they sent out a question, and I was like, oh shit. So they came back in to rewatch this one clip from Duggar. And at the end, by the way, you ask questions privately. You send a note, and they give it to the judge. So after they watched this audio that they wanted to review, the jury wanted to review, they're getting up to leave, and a juror goes down to the floor, because, you got the rows. This juror went down to the floor and asked for a calendar. And I was like, what in the hillbilly fuck is this? And why would she do this openly? She could have gone back and sent in a note and done it privately. And I was thinking, if this case does not come back guilty, even if it wasn't that particular juror, every single person was going to think it was her. Every single fucking person was going to think it was her, because she publicly, in front of the entire court, asked for a calendar. And that threw me. That really threw me, because 1, I couldn't understand why the fuck she wanted a calendar, because she already had all the dates and stuff. And 2, it just really threw me that she did it publicly, because you can send it privately. You're supposed to send it privately. And God forbid the case had not gone the way you wanted it to. Everyone's going to blame you. That bothered me. So they came back at like 5:30 and said, hey, we're done. We'll be back at 9 tomorrow. And I went home and I called Carrie Jernigan and Chad. And Chad will again be my co-host on season 2 for Shreve. And I was like, I'm so bothered by this. I need to discuss this. I'm so bothered. And everybody's like, why? What the fuck? So by the end of the night, we basically said like, hey, if they don't come back before 11, there's a fucking problem. And if they come back before 11, then it's probably going to be guilty. And they came back at like 10:30. And so, yeah, with the jury, you just don't know. And hopefully we're going to get some type of a heads up. I would like to know if they are going to read the questions, if the jury has any. So tell them we're having a shithead sidebar about how crazy juries can be. Look, you don't listen. O.J. Simpson got off. You just, you just don't know. So I have a chart and I just wrote it out. You're saying, that 2 Asian male and 8 white woman they're the alternates. They're gone. My shirt says, I have to stand up, so hold on. Maybe they're hearsay papers. So it's interesting. Oh. Maybe I'm looking at an old one. Anyways, any more questions? I can come back on if they come on. I mean, I feel like I don't know what their game plan is for this. The live stream's clearly over, so I thought they would stay and sit in the court while they deliberated, just in case they came back or in case there's questions. But this live stream says it's over. Let's see here. Yeah. The live stream's over. So we're just going to have to wait and see. If somebody sees something on Twitter, you can call me on Instagram. If you see something on Twitter, you can call me on Instagram. To do it that way. We will have time. Yeah, we will have time because she said, like, if they came back, you have to have on the hour plus 60 minutes to give notice, to give the teams and everyone to get back into the courthouse. So, for example, if they came back with a verdict right now, it's 2:24. You're going to round up to 3, and they're going to read it at 4. So we should have plenty of time to get situated. Law and Crime is still going? Hell yeah, hold up. Listen, they know I'm fucking hungry, and they're over here showing me Slim Chickens commercials. This is what we want right now.
The judges decided that, the claim can come in through implied defamation. So
we already know about implied defamation, so we're going to be done with that. We can leave that up. But damn, y'all just ate Slims. I'm starving here. Y'all talking about Slims. Don't y'all know I'm hungry? Ooh, I've never used this screen before, but okay. We'll do that. I'm telling you, all the thanks goes to y'all. This is a group effort. This is a group effort. It would be nothing without everybody on here. It would be nothing without all the help from everyone on here. You know, we've got civil attorneys that explain stuff because I told y'all I don't know civil. We've got people keeping track of the clock. We have people Googling stuff, you know, because I can't, because y'all don't like when I type that. It's a group effort. This is our channel. This is our page. Like, I take no credit. I give y'all the credit because it's definitely a group effort for sure. Yeah, we need to figure this out. I'm still hungover from the Duggar trial, clearly with no makeup and my greasy looking ass over here. Need a shower, but luckily y'all can't smell me. So, yeah. Oh yeah. When I went to school for this, there was no true crime thing. I was like the weird girl that went to school for weird stuff, and now true crime's trending, and that's not weird. And I'm like, great, I can just spout off random serial killer facts. I'm like, that's not weird. Have a murder library in my house. I'm like, that's not weird anymore. Great. This dude is really standing outside my fucking front door right now still. Like, he's for real. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like, you literally, like, my hobby is like watching old cases and reading books about crime. Like this is all I do. It's all consuming. Thank you, Julia. It's all consuming. It just is. But I think that's normal. I've always thought it was normal. I'm glad to see other people think it's normal now. There's nothing weird with having like books on decomposition studies and weird repulsive shit like that. Why not? The Hubs is talking to him through the security camera, but like, he needs to get the fuck gone because I ain't in the mood for that shit today. Any book recommendations? It depends on what kind. Okay, I'm not alone. Thank you. I'm not alone. I literally will look up cases and like, of course I report on crime all day too. So I'm always checking like who's in intake, who's on the roster, who, like, what's on the docket today. It's just a hot mess. So yeah, this is what I do all day, every day. Book recommendations, as far as that goes, it just kind of depends on like what you're into. As far as like, I will read books about old cases. I read a lot of stuff about like sexual deviance, decomposition, like other elements, because like my background again is in criminal justice, legal studies, sociology, communications. So it's more full picture. So like how crime scenes work, and I'm looking at the entire criminal justice system. And so there's different elements of that, like police procedure. That's one thing I could tell Elaine did not know too much about. So, well, you know what? Tell him that we have our priorities straight and we can multitask. And this is what I do in court during deliberations, by the way. Like during court, if I'm lucky enough to have someone in there, because let's be real, sometimes I'm the only person in there. Or I don't want to talk to the options. But if I'm in there with some people, I'll sit and I sit in there for the entire, I don't wait for them to, like, I don't leave and like come back. I will literally go sit there the full day and wait for them to come back. So that's what I do during deliberations. But yeah, there's lots of book recommendations depending on like what kind of crime you like to research. I will say this, I recommend this to everyone. And I recommend this to everyone because I'll say this, this one's not going to be for everyone. But I do recommend the Hunting Grounds book as well as the Hunting Grounds documentary to pretty much everyone. But that is going to be about sexual assault cases and how they're treated throughout colleges and college campuses. So it will be triggering for some people. So I don't recommend that for everyone, but it is a book that it's a book and a documentary, and I highly recommend both of them. They're great. Oh yeah, I can do West Memphis 3 all day, every day. It'll be interesting. For sure. Oh shit. We have cops at the court. My source that was at the courthouse flew to Arkansas to do fucking Duggar. Anyone know why? Fuck. What the fuck's going on? Is someone exaggerating on Twitter? Do we think this is reliable? I wouldn't pay attention to this verdict watch thing. That could be them coming back up to like talk or some shit. So I wouldn't take that seriously. Okay, hold on. I don't normally do this. Let's pull up the Twitter. That's what I think that it is. This is more likely. That is way more rational right there. Look, people can report it all day, but until I think it's verified, I'm not going with that. I know I got to eat before we get back on here, Miss Kickstand. Hold on. Depp trial. Oh, my petty fucking... Let me screenshot this. I'm sorry. My petty ass cannot deal with this. The fucking hypocrisy of this tweet on this reporter just did, but we will not talk about this right now. Lindsay, I will, however, send you the screenshot that I just took because get the absolute fuck out of here with that. I know that reporter did not just tweet that shit. Okay. Okay, Law and Crime just announced that police have just ran inside the courthouse of the Johnny Depp trial. Now, do we know if this is the only court case going on right now? I actually do not follow her, but I know of her. Or maybe I followed her like last week when one of y'all sent me something, but I definitely have never watched. I typically don't watch a bunch of other stuff because I'm covering all of it, and the last thing I want to do is hear more about it. Man, this is why I don't get on social media. Y'all get on to me because I don't use social media for fun because I'm constantly on social media responding to stuff. So I don't use social media like my personal time. I don't really use it because I'm on it all the time for work. And y'all get mad. But when I get on here and see some of this stupid fucking shit people post that's ignorant as fuck and not rubbing two brain cells together, I get pissed off like I am right now. And that's why I don't use social media. Let's see if they're saying anything good.
Some sort of emergency. We're hearing now, not Johnny Depp Amber Heard case related. It's a big courthouse. They got other courtrooms. A lot
Did I not just fucking say that?
coming up here pretty quick like, and hopefully she will get to the bottom of it. But I wanted to bring you that update anyway. So closing arguments.
Okay, didn't I just say that? Do we know if there's another case in the courthouse? There you go. Also, I will tell you all that I have hundreds of messages. Hundreds of messages in my inbox. So, if y'all want to make it easier on me, I would send messages that have like questions or information or something you found on the legal docs, stuff like that, because it makes it easier on me when I know that like the messages are going to have something, like lots of times there's like 50 messages, then they're all the same like video from TikTok or something like that. And, which is great, but I'm sure it was just some incident. I mean, if there's something else that went on in the courthouse that doesn't pertain to it and the cops rushed in, hell, it could be anything. Anything. Families get removed if they get too loud and dramatic. Not that they don't have the right to be upset. I'm just saying. Is Camille okay? That's all that matters. Yeah. I think Camille's just fine. Also, I'm not saying that y'all shouldn't send me funny shit on Instagram. Y'all definitely should send me funny shit on Instagram. Some of y'all's videos made my day the other day. But my fat ass is gonna eat this last bite, y'all. I'm starving. I bet she's hungry. Okay. Okay. So this is a good point. The thing is, I don't report on jury members on any case. So, for example, let's say I'm a juror on a case and I'm watching me sitting in the jury box. I would say white female, 30 to 40 years in age. There are some, I wouldn't tell you what that person looked like. I wouldn't tell you what their background, because if you sit in voir dire, you hear a lot of information, what they do for a living. Do they have siblings? You can narrow it down, especially in a small town. So I don't say, blonde female, blah, blah. I would just say white female between the age of 30 and 40 and leave it at that. At best, might say understands the system, at best. If people get mad and they want to see the jury, and it's like, y'all, these are normal people on a high profile case. And if this does not rule the way society thinks it should be ruled, that's a safety issue for them. So we need to truly respect the fact that those jurors want to be anonymous for their safety. That's why, people don't need to know what they look like and exactly how old they are and everything like that. That's insane to me. I think that's almost I think that's disrespectful to the jury. I'll say it. I think that's disrespectful to the court and the jury. You've brought this case on. It took 6 weeks. You've kept the jury here for 6 weeks. You've kept Penny here for 6 weeks. Yes, I would say that's disrespectful, and your ass needs to be in court for the verdict. 100%. I said what I said. That's how I feel about it. You brought this case. You made everyone spend their time on it. You can be there for the fucking verdict. Here's the thing about the safety thing. They've had the same crowd out there the whole time. They've got literally a gate around it. They've got security. They can say it's for safety. I don't buy that. I don't buy for a second that it's for. They might say it's for safety. I don't buy that. Apparently, that's the thing that happens in civil court. I don't know how people know that they won't be present. I don't know. People were asking about them having to not be present at trial. Like, how can they not be present? And cops ran in for a different case. It had nothing to do with the Johnny Depp case, but cops ran in to the courthouse for a different case. And basically, we're just big chilling here, and they're doing a review on there, and we're just waiting to see if they're going to say anything good. Yeah, so they don't know shit about fuck pretty much. Pretty much. We don't know anything. Look, I don't know, because I'm not there. Again, I just think it's rude as shit to not go to the verdict. You felt the need to file the claim. You've got the jury there this entire time for 6 weeks. Everyone sat through it. Penny sat through it. And if Penny and the jury have to be there to read the verdict, I think you should be too. That's just me. Like, just my opinion. Our fucking burger calls. I'm not answering that right now. Jesus bless. Damn, don't call out your source. Keep it on the low low. This is true. In a court of public opinion, she's absolutely lost. And I'll be honest with y'all, court of public opinion is more powerful, especially in a civil case. You're not risking jail time or anything like that. Y'all think Casey Anthony or O.J. Simpson went on to have normal lives after the court of public opinion said they're guilty? No. Hell no. So I think the court of public opinion's worse than the actual court, especially with social media. Everybody knows everything on social media, and they're mean as hell. Who's posting what everywhere? I don't know. I missed something clearly. Who's posting what? And y'all know I'm still Duggar hungover, so my brain ain't 100% capacity. Look, I'm here for it. They're just having a party. Girl, if you only knew. Oh no, I was giving you a hard time. No. She will, for the rest of her life, say that she's a victim of this court trial. Y'all already know that. Surely y'all know that. Surely y'all know that. She will not kill the narrative. Girl. I wish there. I digress. on that. Also, I will say this too. So the podcast has reviews, which by the way, if y'all really want to do me a favor, get on Apple Podcast, find the SoJo files and give it a review, because certain people trolled it over Duggar's events. And my 5-star rating dropped to 4.8, which is bullshit. Also, because I'm a petty bitch. Let's just discuss. Some people were mad that I had somebody on for an interview. This is true crime, not reality fucking TV. I had somebody on a podcast episode to discuss how we knew that person was not guilty, even though Josh Duggar was trying to say that they were. And people got all up in their feels about it. This is true crime, baby. This ain't reality TV. This is about truth and justice and facts, and shit ain't pretty in true crime. People all up in their feels. You know? Yes, I'm on Spotify, so you can listen to the podcast anywhere that you listen to podcasts. Season 1's all on the Duggar. Season 2 is going to be the Jordan Shreve case out of Van Buren, Arkansas. My co-host will be Chad Atwell, who is the defense attorney. So be double trouble on that one. But I think you can rate it on Spotify. But you can only rate the podcast, I think, on Spotify and Apple, but don't quote me. Yes, I want all the facts. Like, that doesn't mean that I'm, like, supporting who I got the facts from or, like, whatever. But you don't know shit about fuck for real if you don't try to know shit about fuck. Like, you best believe I'm going to call everybody. I'm going to ask everybody. I'm going to do my research. And I'm going to put 2 and 2 together. That doesn't mean anything. It just means that, like, hey, this person was a big piece of this case. So I need to know what they have to verify that this case was legit. You know? A bitch is tired and a bitch is hangry. Oh, the fuckery is endless. Damn, you're in a bubble bath? I would love to have a bubble bath right now. I'll be honest with y'all, because I'm just a normal person. My bathtub's filled with dirty clothes, because y'all know I have not done laundry in 6 weeks. Not even sorry about it. Not even embarrassed about it. It is what it is. Oh, the Jodi Arias case. I watched that one live way back when. I didn't know you could review on Spotify until I have a sibling that's still young and hip. And that young and hip sibling told me that that was a thing. Otherwise, I would not have known. If you're on Apple Podcast, let's see. You're on Apple Podcast. I don't know if y'all can see this. The hell? That's the podcast if you're on Apple Podcast. And thanks to you guys, it was top 20 on Apple Podcast for true crime during the Duggars. So thank you all for that, because that is all thanks to y'all. Would have never happened without y'all. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what's going on, but I'm living for these alpacas. We can turn the volume on.
In a little bit. But Michael, let me just tell you, you and I know have been in lots of courtrooms over the years, and we typically cover criminal trials here on the Law and Crime Network. We cover, sadly, a lot of homicide cases.
Yeah.
This was a different type of case because it's a civil case, and it's a high profile case involving 2 people in Hollywood. There are things that have happened in this trial that we've never seen in any other trial, and one of those happens to be just the fact that when this was over, Judge Asked Karate, I don't know if we were playing this live on the network or not, it may have been on the live stream on YouTube, basically gave her, a shout out to her court reporter, calling her a rock star. People clapped. So there was a round of applause in the courtroom for the court reporter. And then I saw Amber Heard hugging her attorneys afterwards, and then Johnny Depp got up to leave with his team, and people stood up and started saying, "We love you, Johnny," and they waved, and everybody's trying to, maintain decorum because people have gotten in trouble before for trying to, be too vocal about their support, but it seemed like things loosened up a little bit today, and they just kept waving, and he waved back, and there was a gentleman on the other side of the courtroom for me, and I think he said, he put his fist up in the air and said, something like, "Brother, we love you," or something like that. So, and then he started to walk out, and then there was more "we love you" and more waving, and everybody's, it's kind of like this bounce. They almost bounce up, and they're like this. So I've never seen anything like that. Again, I will couch that with the fact that we typically cover murder trials. So it's been really something to watch.
Yeah, that is, and the critical distinction is criminal versus civil. I mean, I've covered the OJ trials. I covered, Michael Jackson trial in Santa Maria, seeing him in that's freakish enough. But you're right. When there's nothing more than money on the line, people tend to be, a little more human about it. And then, they can't help it. It's Johnny Depp. So very interesting. Hey, you got to clear this up for us. I don't know if you know any more or less than we do, but there were some cops that rushed to the courthouse there not too long ago, and there was some speculation it might relate to this case. Apparently does not.
No.
Any info on that?
Yeah, I poked around a little bit about that because they went right by our digs here, our tent, the Law and Crime broadcast tent. I call
Broadcast
it Studio
Center,
A or
we
Tent
like to
A.
call that.
Oh, yes, Broadcast Center. Good PR there, Michael Bryant. Good thinking. That makes it sound way more glamorous and luxurious. But yes, the Law and Crime Studio A Broadcast Center, they went past here on their motorcycles with their sirens on, and it was a little bit disconcerting because typically they don't go on the sidewalk. They go around
I mean, if you didn't
the
see
street
a crowd
here at
go,
the courthouse. And I
You're
went
probably good.
and asked because I was a little concerned that something had gone wrong in the courthouse. Things happen in courthouses a lot. There are, people from all walks of life that come into these courthouses. And it's my understanding there was a panic
Do
alarm
we
in a situation
know-
with a mentally ill person, and that it may not have been related to this case
It's
at
not
all. It
related
likely
to this.
wasn't
They already
related to this
verified that.
case.
Okay. Yeah, well, obviously it's a big
And that's
building, lots of
sad
things
because
going
that's
on there,
probably a
lots of
criminal case
activity.
with an actual
Okay, so
mentally ill
before I let you
person.
go, let's
And here we
let's
are
talk
with this
about
case
this
making a
plan for the
spectacle
day.
of
We understand
mental
you will not be
health.
getting any food. Nobody's getting any food on the jury, which may be the
Yes,
biggest
but-
motivator for ending deliberations today. What's your understanding of the schedule?
Judge Ascarati told them
Did
they could
anyone hear
deliberate
she
later if
said-
they felt like it.
Will they
However,
stop
they said,
deliberations at
Judge
5?
Ascarati
Or is she gonna
said,
let them go as late as
I
they
don't
want?
order
Do we know?
dinner. So she let them know that if they wanted dinner, that was not happening. So I didn't know if maybe
No
that was
dinner,
kind of like a
shit.
signal
done
to
at
them
5.
that, hey,
You're
it's
not
a
gonna feed
holiday
me?
weekend,
Done at
Memorial
5.
Day weekend.
100%.
Let's shut this down at 5. Or maybe it's just her standard practice that she doesn't order in dinner and doesn't want juries deliberating late into the evening hours. I know I've covered verdicts that have come down
some
at
go till 2 a.m.
10 o'clock at night. Before, I've covered verdicts that have come down closer to 11 p.m. at night. So who knows? But there's a lot to go through. And if you looked at the jury instructions during those closing arguments, they have to answer several questions for each case, not only Johnny Depp's case, but the counterclaim from Amber Heard.
Yeah. So again, I would be shocked. I think most would be if they came back today. But
Yeah, there's
they'll make
no
some
way.
progress.
Me too.
And,
They gotta go through
OJ
so
number 2,
much shit,
November
y'all.
2008. That was 11:15 at night, Vegas time. So 2:15 in the morning. It can happen.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't wish that on you though. So
that's funny you bring that up. Can I just say that I was out there on vacation when OJ was arrested? Wow, that was something else.
Oh, yeah.
That was quite the circus. I still
Yes,
have
it was.
video from my Kodak digital camera. I just couldn't stay away. I was on vacation and staying at New York or something. And I ran over to the courthouse. I'm like, I have to see if I can get this. And
That's
his
some dirty
attorney,
shit right there.
Galanter. I remember, what was his name? Galanter.
he was the local
Galanter.
guy. Yeah, that was the local guy.
Yeah, I was recording him. Wow, I still have that video clip somewhere. That was something. That guy had a lot to say outside of the
Galanter.
jail there in Clark County.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just had to admit, you brought it up. I had to say it. So
I appreciate that. Well, get back to it now, and good luck with everything out there. We, of course, will be checking in. We appreciate the fine work from the ground there. Thanks, Angie.
Lindsay, are you still on this live?
You bet. Okay, we got just a quick moment before we take a break. So let me slip in a message. How about a question for Mitra? So, what's your take on how the judge is handling this kind of loosey-goosey deliberation period?
I think she's, recognizing that it's been 6 long weeks, and I'm sure she's picking up cues from the jury that they're tired. I saw Elaine, Amber Heard's lawyer, yawning in the courtroom. I think everyone's sort of probably in need of a break. So it sounds like she's encouraging ending early today. So although there's been some talk of the,
Lindsay, what's this message
deliberations
you just
and
sent
the
me?
jury coming back with something quickly,
Is the
in
top
hopes
part what
of
we talked
being
about
done
last
with
night, and the
this,
second part's just
it might just be
irrelevant?
that they need to come in fresh on Tuesday and maybe have it be shorter because they're more, they're more fresh. But I think the judge wants to send
Am I too tired
the
to
people that
comprehend
work
what's going
for her
on?
home as well, including the rock star court reporter.
Yeah, and I've said that many times in the past because I have had an intimate relationship with a court reporter. I was married, but yeah, they are the most important court personnel in that room. I guarantee you. And the cross talking's going on, and it is a nightmare. So bless those folks. Okay, we're going to take a break here. Stay where you are, guys. We will talk more about the Johnny Depp
Okay,
Amber
so it
Heard
is what we were
case
talking about
because,
last night.
as you may have heard, they're deliberating. Been at it almost an hour. We'll be right back to Law and Crime right after this.
Girl. I had to call you. Don't respond in the chat. I'll just call you about that text. Lord bless. I thought I'd seen enough, but apparently not. Okay, so what are we gonna do? I guess we can reconvene if there's a verdict, but I do not think that there will be one today, especially if she's not serving dinner. It's Friday. They're leaving at 5. 1000% they're leaving at 5 without a verdict. That's why there's no fucking way. No dinner, no chance. But I'm going to have to go eat because I'm doing a live with Lindsay and Clint and Bowman and Jen and LB, and some other special guests might join us. And that's going on tonight to discuss Duggar. So I'm going to have to go get a little food and coffee to do that. I don't know Lindsay, what time you want to do this? Yeah, I do need to eat so I'm not hangry. Because y'all can tell I'm going to get hangry. Miss Bobby, I told Jim on the phone earlier. I asked Jim earlier if y'all wanted to jump on. I don't know what time yet. I don't know what time yet. I guess when people that have real jobs and real adult responsibilities get done. So after 5, it will be on YouTube because there'll be multiple people, and I don't know how to do it on TikTok. And also TikTok gets wild and crazy in the comment section. I'm really not trying to have that fuckery on my Friday. So it'll be on YouTube. So it'll be easy. So I literally just will send you a link and you can join when you want to or not join. It's that easy. Yes, it's Queen Bee. And I'm secretly trying to talk her into getting on with us too. But it's not so secret now. That's a Clint question. Text Clint. I think I asked him about that, and Clint said there was a possible way to do it with some program or something. But you know what you could do is have your phone looking at the computer and do it off the computer. Clearly, I'm going to have to get off of here so that I can plan this thing for tonight. But I can pretty much tell y'all there's no way they're going to do. There's no way they're coming back with a verdict without dinner. But I will need to go so I can get all this set up for tonight. It's a vibe, y'all. It's a whole vibe. So let's see. I don't know. What time do y'all want to go live tonight? Everybody's on standby, really. Y'all know me. I'm like, I don't know. Do when we do it. Maybe use a little partition. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh, looky here, Queen Bee.
And welcome back to the afternoon session. I'm Michael Bryant,
There's
and we
no
are
way they're gonna
at
do the verdict.
Verdict Watch plus 1 hour
There's
and
no way.
maybe 1 minute in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. The jury has the case now, and they've heard all the closing arguments. They've got instructions, and now they're at it, doing their thing. And the real question is,
Lindsay got
how
people
late they will
screaming
go
over
today.
partitions?
The judge has been accommodating, but not encouraging in terms of how late they might want to stay.
Well,
to the point
text
she
or
said,
call
"We're not
him
gonna order
because
in
he.
food." So
I
if
asked him
that's a
about this
factor
once,
for
and he
you,
said there was a way
you might want
to.
to pull the plug early and start your
There was
holiday weekend.
something
So
you could do, but you
obviously
can't see the
earlier
comments
today
on
we
TikTok
heard
if you do it
the
that way. I
closing
think that's what he
arguments
said. Don't
from
quote me,
both
'cause my brain
sides.
is half
And
right.
as we did, we
But
heard
he
from
said
one of the
something
more
like that.
popular
But
attorneys
clearly, I'm
in
gonna
this
have to get off
case,
here.
Camille
We just have to
Vasquez.
call
So
him.
let's listen now
You
to
have to
some
let me know
of
what he says,
her
'cause I don't
closing
know how to do
argument.
it either.
Again, Johnny Depp's side. Here we go.
Yeah, there's
The
no way
mountain
they
of
come
evidence
back
that
with
Mr.
a
Depp
verdict tonight
abused Ms.
without
Heard
dinner.
is simply not there.
It's 4:00 there.
What we have is a mountain of unproven
I mean, I guess
allegations
they
that are
could,
wild,
but I don't
over the top,
think they will.
and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to
6,
believe
well, okay.
and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia,
Oh,
or Ms. Heard got up on that
mute that just in case. Yeah, I don't think they'll come back with a verdict with no dinner. It's 4:00 there already. Yes, I can let y'all know when we go live, for sure. The crew just never knows. It's 3:00 my time, which means it's 3:00 my time, Queen Bee's time, Clint's time, Jen's time, Bowman's time, LB's time. I mean, Lindsay's an hour ahead, so it's 4 for Lindsay. It'll be after 5. But whether we do it early or later, I don't know. I do think that is probably true, yes. It woke me up because I wasn't expecting him to do it at all. And so when he did it, I knew it had to be really bad for him to do it, which obviously we caught our line about what the cops said, or shouldn't say lying because people get on some perjury bullshit, but we caught her with some discrepancies. So I definitely think that was eye-catching. My podcast is called the SoJo File, so it's the same as my username on here. I try to keep everything the same. Yes, please do, Sierra, because we might need you. By might, I mean we do. Yeah, so here's the deal. Do we just break while they deliberate? If something happens, y'all can call me on. If something happens, y'all don't see me on here, y'all can just call me on Instagram. And if my phone starts ringing 900 million times from Instagram calls, I'll know that I need to get on immediately. But I do not foresee them coming back with a verdict today. I just think that would be crazy. Not saying it's not going to happen, but I'm saying without dinner and stuff, I'd be like, I also would not want to go on a weekend, though, so I get it. Yep, I do agree with that. We didn't get to hear it. It's a sidebar, so it will be on the transcript, though. So on the transcript, we'll know. Now, I'm assuming it's because what she said, the math was not mathing. She made a statement about police, and also she made a statement about the divorce settlement and the divorce decree. Get out of here. She is not a divorce family. She's not a family law. Like, she doesn't specialize in family law. They've already been in trouble for that before. And you can't use somebody's divorce settlement as a way to imply guilt in a civil case. Get out. Get out. So she deserved that objection. She truly did. Yeah, y'all can just, like I said, I will check Twitter, though it gets on my nerves and I don't normally use it. I'll check Twitter. I'll stay looking for the verdict. I don't expect that we'll get it, like I said, but I know for a fact that if y'all see it on Twitter before I see it, my phone will start blowing up. So if you just go to SoJo Files on Instagram and you see something, just hit that call button and it will alert me that I need to get my ass to this computer screen real quick. Girl, me too. I'm so hungry. I miss lunch, so I'm hungry. But yeah, so I guess we'll get off for, if y'all want me to leave it up so y'all can stay talking in the chat until later, I can leave it up so y'all can stay in the chat. But I'm definitely going to have to go work out how to do the Duggar live tonight, which means I have to call Clint. I can see them not wanting to come back after, but they don't have dinner. That's my thing. That's my one thing. Like, can they have it delivered? If she's not going to buy it, can they have pizzas delivered? But like, most of the time they'll like buy food for the jury. And she said, I don't provide dinner. Savage. Yes, we'll work out I'll post all the stuff that Christina sends in for the shirts, so you guys know what to do with that. Right? Like, I would send them pizza to get it over with. I would. Not that that would be allowed. But I don't think they'd allow us to send them food, like outside food. This is, I don't think she wants them to stay late. That's what I think that is. Because normally they will provide food and let you deliberate until out 10 to 8, whatever, 10. The fuck's going on here? Just a replay?
And the testimonies from.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, they're just going to do, they have a lot to sort through. There's a lot to wade through just in general. And then on top of that, she's not buying dinner. So I think that's a clear statement that like, hey, I'm not trying to hang out here too late. Y'all don't get it done, I'll see you on Tuesday. Oh, Lord, no. No, they can't use any of that. I don't even know what Discord is. I got too many things I'm running as it is. I mean, I think Virginia tax dollars can afford pizza for $7. It need to be good pizza. Y'all know my workaholic ass ain't gonna leave y'all for the weekend. Y'all know I'm not gonna leave y'all for the weekend. But shit, I'm trying to get that party started. I'm trying to see they can afford a pizza. Y'all, I'm too old for Discord. Y'all have to message. I don't know. I got a website. I can add whatever on the website. I don't know what the hell Discord is. Y'all are aging me. So do y'all want me to leave this chat up just in case until 5 their time? Or do you want me to call it quits? Because I'm going to have to get prepared for this Duggar live that's happening right after this one. And by prepared, I mean call Clint and ask him about this dual live thing. So leave it up. Keep it up. Okay. Y'all want the volume? Y'all do. Y'all want the volume for Law and Order? Or just the chat? Clint and I did a whole video on the metadata from this case, and it's on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube, you can find that video. Clint and I did a whole video on metadata from this case. Okay, leave just the chat up. Y'all doing some volume? Look, I'll put the volume on. People can mute it if they don't want it. Because some of y'all want the volume.
Provide any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam
So there's
Waldman
gonna
who
be
convinced him
repeat the
to
same
file suit against his former business manager,
I'm going to leave it
to
up.
file suit against his law firm and
Okay.
fire them and blame them for things.
I'm going to leave it up just in case. Y'all keep chatting. If something happens, y'all know I'll be running in here as fast as I can. But I'll be having to work on the Duggar live that we're doing tonight too. So I'm working overdrive here. Your girl needs another Dr. Pepper and she needs some ramen noodles. So I'm going to leave it up and I'll check on y'all in a minute.
It's not the same testimony he told here because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber.
A couple of really great points made there by Benjamin Rottenborn. And let me start with the first of those two, which is the one we heard most recently. Mitra, hey, this is all about free speech. You know, what kind of country do we live in if you can't just, speak your mind? What is the problem?
I mean, I thought it was interesting that he went there for two reasons. One, this case is not about free speech. It's a defamation case. Everyone's aware of that. And to sort of make it this bigger thing, it makes it very hard to take him seriously. Second, this case was filed in Virginia because they don't have really strong anti-SLAPP laws as opposed to being filed in California. So sure, make the argument, but it's not really a winning argument. So to kind of appeal to this sense of, being upholding the Constitution when we're not really here for that. We're here because you accused someone of abuse. I think just is kind of a reach.
Yeah, and let's make it clear, obviously truth is a complete defense. So you have free speech rights if you're telling the truth, and that's what this case is all about. If she wrote those things or acknowledged those things and they are true, then fine. That's free speech. Knock yourself out. Karen, one of the other things he got into was again referencing the sexual abuse victims in general and saying, hey, it's always going to be more. We gave you this, but you need more. Yeah. How do you like that argument?
Well, I mean, he has a right to bring his case, and as does Amber in her countersuit. And he had a right to bring his case in the UK. I mean, each party filed motions to regarding the other team to dismiss. If the court didn't feel that there was enough evidence to move forward on either of their motions, the case would have been dropped, either Amber's case against Johnny and vice versa. So the minimum threshold in moving forward in the case has been established. And so now it's up to the jury to make the determination. So it's the money that's being spent is the money that both parties have spent on attorneys. Obviously, we're using the court's time and the jury service and that, but that's part of the process. And so the process is working as it should. And so I think that he took some liberties there, Mr. Rottenborn. And I think that in his closing, he can do that. He has every right to do that within the time limits that the court set. And they both, as you indicated, both teams stuck with their time limits. So it's an argument. It's an opportunity to try to sway the jury in your direction. And so each party did the best that they could, and we'll see what the jury decides.
Yeah, and it's an important point you make about these cases not being kind of headed off the pass pre-trial. You have to prove to the court at some point prior to trial that there are issues of material fact that are disputed. If you lay out all the facts and there's no dispute, this case never gets to trial. Obviously, in a case like this, lots of disputes about what was happening, and that's up to the jury to figure out, as they are doing now, about an hour and 20 minutes into their deliberations in this double-headed monster here, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Let's take a break. Now, when we come back, there were so many highlights from just this week alone. I think we ought to dip into those. What do you think? We'll be right back. Continuing in Verdict Watch here at the afternoon session at the Long Crime Network, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, their mutual combatant cases underway. And you can see from the lovely seal from the state of Virginia there, we have a camera live pointed at whatever we are allowed to point at in the courtroom. And we will be there when anything happens. In fact, and I'll be here. I got a sleeping bag somewhere. I'll be here as long as the jury is doing their job. As soon as they're released, then I guess I get to be released. But in the meantime, we are going back over some of the fascinating moments in this trial. Obviously, it's played out over 6 weeks, and there has been a bunch to be talking about. We're recapping the closing arguments. We look back at some of the testimony. Both Depp and Heard took the stand again this week. We weren't sure how that might play out. Remember, it's a civil case. So even as Heard is the defendant in Johnny Depp's plaintiff action, she's the plaintiff in her own action, and so she gets a chance to have a rebuttal as well. Here she is on direct in her rebuttal.
Have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived. Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Some horrible threats leveled against Amber Heard and her little child. Nobody should go through that. On the other hand, Karen Felicia Nance, these are people in the spotlight. I'm sure, there are a lot of sickos out there. We know that. Recent news events confirm that. And I guess if you hang it out there as a public figure, to a certain degree, the sickos are going to find you.
I agree. And I think that this didn't just start with Johnny filing the lawsuit. I think that social media, unfortunately, as you indicated, there are people that go to extremes and they can hide behind their names, come up with names on Instagram where they can't readily be located, but they can be obviously as with Twitter, taken off the social media platforms. And so I think that to put all of that, the onus on Johnny, that all the attacks that she's received verbally, the threats, they're not in direct result of things that he has done. I think that it's very clear to everyone that he is a much more established, well-known star than she is. And I agree that to the extent that you are a public figure, you are an actor, actress, you put yourself in that lane, in that zone. And I don't think that it makes it right for people to do the things and say the things that they do. But on the other hand, I don't think that even if she wins the case, that's going to stop, And so I don't think that Johnny has any control over that or his team.
Yeah. And I think the jury's got to weigh that and then think it through, like, what was it like before and what do you think it's going to be like after? And is this really a direct result, causal connection to something Johnny Depp has or hasn't done? Speaking of Mr. Depp, and he again took the stand this week, let's listen to some of his last performance.
No human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth. And I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
So again, Johnny Depp from his last appearance on the stand as part of their rebuttal case. So Mitra, in some of the closing, I think this particular bite I'm thinking of was Camille Vasquez, where she led up to her list of witnesses that she believes supported Johnny Depp. And she said it by saying, this is not about whether you believe Amber Heard or Johnny Depp. And then she said, it's whether you believe Johnny Depp and all of these other folks. But let's take the other folks out of the mix. How important really is it when you boil this down, whether this jury believes Johnny Depp or believes Amber Heard?
I think it's everything. And I think that's what's the most difficult thing about this case is that we don't have a ton of hard evidence. This is the kind of stuff that normally happens behind closed doors. And I'm watching Amber Heard's reaction, as Johnny Depp is saying, I have told the truth and I'm here and I've said everything that I needed to say. And I'm looking at her and I'm just thinking, well, one of these two isn't telling the whole truth. And I wonder which one it is and who is, what's going through one another's minds when they hear, the other side really saying something that they believe is a complete lie, because it's not that they are accusing one another of half truth. They're outright accusing one another of lying. So I think that that's a difficult question for anyone to answer, because the bottom line is we don't have the hard evidence that corroborates either side, completely.
Yeah, and you've got the very difficult, it would take a team of mental health professionals to get inside these heads. Some of the stuff they may have heard or told themselves often enough, they believe it. They believe every detail that they've recited. So in their minds, I'm telling the truth. So Depp thinks he's telling the truth, and Amber Heard thinks she's telling the truth. And this jury now, as they deliberate, working on about an hour and a half now, they get to try to figure out who really was telling the truth based on all of the other corroborative evidence or the lack thereof. So good stuff, folks. I appreciate the insights. We're going to take a quick break here and come back. We'll talk more about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, the trial that has consumed us for the last 6+ weeks. And now it is consuming this jury as they get down to the hard work of deliberating. Who's going to be liable in this case, if anybody? Who's going to pay damages in this case, if anybody? We'll talk more about it when we come right back. Good to have you along. This is Law and Crime.
But to be honest, like in the beginning, I was giving him a hard time.
I was like, oh no, that's not the shirt. Thank you so Yeah, stand and wait.
I gotta get my keys. I actually, well, yes, my experience on Twitter was to be honest, I find it hilarious. I've been roasted, I've been like, but I find it hilarious. Yeah, a lot of people say beat things.
Take care. Are one of them supposed to be coming out that door? Y'all know? Sorry. Are one of them supposed to be coming out? Huh?
It's the one. It's a customer. Been made yeah, right there. They haven't had a verdict yet. They're not going to know. They're civil. It's going to be where you are. So you didn't see it? Yes. Because nobody knows if our citizens got to be quick. No, I know what my city. Okay, call me back when you. Earlier today, I was outside. Yeah. You sit in the back of North Cap. You sit in the back of North Cap. Yeah, no. When they come, you're gonna be sending, right? You can get that. Nobody. You're in the back office.
Just go for it.
So there's like balance. I'm gonna sit through the average No. I want it. I'm getting there's more of those like this. And took a picture of it and let me see
It's not
My husband was like, where are you?
You guys know the show subscribe. I have to do it on the comments. I told him to see me on TV. Yo, do me a favor, Sharon. Do you like make like a 10-second clip with that? And then just use it all. Thank you. But so Tommy, I have no idea. Like, Tommy and Jake will be throwing out stuff on the movie show.
That is how you digital natives are living. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Just three bodies with us.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
All right, so that's cuts on Wyoming Avenue. I'm telling you right now. My files, look at old things, all when I'm looking sharper in the butt like that's the best side. Also, guys,
All right. Okay. I thought the nurse was great.
right, they're so good. You gotta give them a couple, right.
I mean, I don't, I would, you know, if I were where are they? They're back there. The long part, yeah.
I mean, like, that's kind of going to them.
Yeah, but I mean, that's
No.
Yeah. Okay, all righty. Okay, that's good. But they say that long too.
You know, hold them together. You know, they get them
Well, then they said that they would lose it at all. So I guess you're saying like, I
you know, the people that have that.
yes, I think they will. I think, yeah, I cannot figure out what's going on. Yeah, at least you would know the important differences. You don't know, like,
Hey man, so like, how late are you guys doing?
Yeah, she's like, yeah, it's all right.
Doesn't seem to be any other. Doesn't seem to be any other.
Huh? Yeah.
Okay. All right then. Oh. Actually deliberating. I would imagine we're going to hear relatively soon whether they're going to carry on further into the evening or call it and get back at it Tuesday after the holiday weekend. So welcome to Extended Coverage here. I'm Michael Bryant. We know a couple of things, at least from what's been going on outside the courthouse. We've got our cameras there waiting for something to happen inside or outside. We know Johnny Depp left already. We also know that the judge has excused the litigants from being there for the verdict, which I think is odd under the circumstances. Shocked if they aren't both returning for that purpose. But maybe, if they're going to just bug out for the weekend, and that's what's going to happen. Who knows? We'll just keep an eye on things. You can see it's still rather hectic outside. Just a lot of people just standing around waiting with that anticipation that could this be a very quick Friday afternoon type verdict. So as we get into this extended coverage here, gives us a chance to recap some of the more interesting testimony from this trial. You might remember Dr. Shannon Curry. She took the stand in the main case for Johnny Depp, also in his rebuttal. And she talked about fellow Dr. Don Hughes' evaluation that Heard suffered from PTSD. Let's watch.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce. There's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members. Extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound. They can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
Dr. Hughes had suggested that perhaps Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow triggered. What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
So quite an interesting kind of a side light here on the damages issue and the causation, post-traumatic stress syndrome being allegedly caused by Johnny Depp's actions against Amber Heard. Very unusual. And then you have, of course, the two experts battling out whether or not she was suffering from PTSD. By the way, Heather Locklear will be playing Shannon Curry when this becomes a movie. So obviously we heard from Dr. Shannon Curry and her criticism of Dr. Hughes. Let's listen to Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or
Overruled
form.
objection.
Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
So the experts are battling here over the definition and the level of PTSD, which is kind of interesting because I think Karen Felicia Nance is here with me. She's a criminal defense attorney in East Bay. I think most people became familiar with PTSD, and you can see, by the way, outside the courthouse, the crowd still kind of milling about, was in the context of, military service and men returning from war zones, PTSD. Since that time, it's become a little, maybe softer is not the right word to use, but a broader definition to encompass all kinds of trauma. And these two experts are really just battling over the degree of PTSD one might suffer and the symptoms they might, exhibit. What do you think?
I agree. I think for the jury, it doesn't matter whether it's histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder, according to Dr. Curry, versus PTSD. But specifically with PTSD, the way Dr. Hughes described it, she didn't mention the fact that Amber allegedly suffered abuse when she was a child. So does that play into this, her diagnosis, or not? The way she presented it, she indicated that this was totally as a result of the abuse she believed that Amber suffered at the hands of Johnny Depp. So that to me was a little bit of a flaw. Did she suffer PTSD from her childhood events? Because we heard Johnny Depp say that he had suffered not PTSD, but some serious abuse, both physical and emotional, from his mother. So I thought that there was something lacking in Dr. Hughes's testimony with regard to Amber's childhood, and how did that impact upon her later diagnosis as an adult of the PTSD.
Yeah, it seems that sometimes there's this sense of, hey, let's throw some more things at this jury, give them something to latch onto. Do you think the PTSD claim helped more or hurt Amber Heard's claim more?
I think that it hurt her more because of, as I indicated, where did it come from? And we wanted to hear specifically, we needed to hear, I think the jury especially needed to hear, how did that impact her life? Especially when we heard the information from Dr. Curry saying that it had to manifest itself in a certain way. And Dr. Hughes is saying, well, no, you're still able to go to the store, you're still able to exercise. So give specifics on how Amber's life specifically changed after leaving Johnny Depp. She was able to do this movie and did very well in the movie, and she seemed to function very well. So there weren't any examples or even witnesses, even from her sister, saying as a result of leaving or leaving that marriage, this is how Amber spiraled into a depression. We didn't hear any of that. So I think that did have an impact on the testimony of Dr. Hughes.
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting little route they took off to the side there that may or may not help the Amber Heard case. Hard to tell. The jury is now chewing that up, as well as everything else they've dealt with. with over the last 6 weeks. They're in that jury deliberation room. I would expect we're going to hear pretty soon whether or not they're going to continue into the evening or whether they're going to call it for the weekend. So stay where you are. We're going to come back, talk more about the case that has unfolded over those weeks and all of the drama included. We'll be back right after this. Stay where you are. Have we made an editorial? And so as I continue, as you can now, to keep an eye on the camera outside the courthouse there, I don't know, I'm seeing some dwindling. I don't know if that's, I didn't do an official head count, but it looks to me like maybe some folks are drifting off thinking this is not going to happen today. So again, we will be here as long as the jury is there, and we will keep you posted. Both sides in this case, we talked about the finger, the Johnny Depp finger, that middle finger on his right hand, which I'm always very careful to demonstrate properly. Both sides called orthopedic surgeons to talk about that finger. So let's start with Dr. Richard Moore. Amber Heard called this physician.
So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments and the tip of the finger's cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
Okay, so you got that. You've got that surgeon's opinion in mind. Let's go to the other surgeon, Dr. Richard Gilbert. He was maybe has an alternative opinion. Let's watch.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
So this finger injury, as we're aware, took place in Australia, however it happened, and these doctors are really supporting one version of the story or another. The doctor suggesting it was a crush injury supports the Johnny Depp story, that a bottle was thrown by Amber Heard. He had his hand on the rail of the bar, and it smashed right where his middle finger was, and that basically ripped a chunk of his finger off the bottom, not the fingernail side. And Amber Heard's position is, no, he took a phone and was physically smashing the phone against the wall and therefore lost that piece of his finger. So the jury gets to decide which is the more reasonable. Karen Felicia Nance is here. Karen, this was kind of one of my pet peeves as I kept hearing this injury talked about as a slicing of the fingertip. He lost his fingertip. No, he had a big chunk gouged out of the bottom as a kind of very typical crush injury, as I've dealt with many times in civil cases involving machinery more often than not. But it's consistent with a crush injury. How do you think the jury's going to handle this dispute?
Well, I think that in any case, right, when we have to go to the doctor and we're given a diagnosis, for example, somebody always says it's necessary to have a second opinion.
Hold on a second, Karen. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt here. It sounds like something is going on inside the courtroom, perhaps an early dismissal. Let's go in live in Fairfax, Virginia for the day.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Since it's a long weekend for 3 days, you can sit down. Thank you. Since it's a long weekend for 3 days, I just want to come back in here and remind you your responsibilities, which are extremely important, especially now that you're in the deliberation phase, okay? So just a reminder that you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about the case on social media sites, any blogs or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. And I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. All right, so have a good weekend and peaceful weekend for 3 days, and you're coming back at 9 o'clock, is that correct? All right, we'll see you at 9 a.m. At that time. You'll go straight to deliberations at that point. I won't bring you in here for that time, okay? All right, thank you. All right, enjoy your weekend and just be close by at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, right? All right, thank you. All right, you too.
Thank you.